Hey guys, Dork Humility here with the much famed, I guess you could say, much anticipated, the tier list, the one, the only, Dark Humility, 82 late game mapping tier list and infographic for the next season, Season 12 Suffering, which is on November 28th. Friday, 10 a.m. Pacific time. Remember to convert to your local time. And, of course, this season we have another wide bevy of changes. All, of course, as many as possible have been tested. And in addition to lots of retests on builds as well. Even ones that were not changed, as I'm always trying to iterate on the tier list and infographic, making it better for you guys and just making it more accurate in general. So what I plan to do here in this video is I'll do like a tour to show you guys what is up with the list in general. And then we'll start talking about the individual builds in late game solo mapping tier list and how they're performing in the late game maps. And then, of course, we'll kind of do some overviews of some of the other lists as well that tell you a lot of awesome things about the game. So it's going to be beautiful stuff. But yeah, thank you again, of course, to Senpai Something and the entire developer team for continuing to develop this mod and make it better than ever every season. Every season it gets more balanced. Every season it gets just better quality of life and more content and better skills and better and more items and everything you could possibly imagine. So, of course, this season is no exception. So we definitely look forward to this in a couple days here. I will be there, and of course you can 100% check that out, and we'll be good to go. At any rate, let's go over it. So remember, of course, I should probably just say, so if you guys are on YouTube, you can always watch me at twitch.tv, Dark Humility. And that is where you can catch my streams. I have been playing hardcore on this mod since it came out. I make the guides for softcore and hardcore, and I tailor them in some ways even more to softcore because I realize more players play softcore. But I make tons of guides for hardcore on my channel using builds that I've created. And over the last 2 seasons, I've been doing solo self-found hardcore. So I did it last season, and I plan to do it this season. I think I'm going to start Necromancer. I didn't play Necromancer. Necromancer is the only class I did not play in my hardcore solo self-found last season, which included doing all of the pinnacle bosses and doing like all kinds of content in general, all kinds of builds, but I didn't play the Necromancer, so I'm actually going to start Necromancer, I think, this time. And I actually really want to work towards certain builds like an endgame corpse explosion necromancer, or like endgame poison strike, or an endgame like fire golems would be insane if I could get to that. So I'm gonna see if I can actually get there. But of course, we'll talk more about that though and whatnot. Just a disclaimer, of course, anything on my infographic is subject to change before the actual season. Anything you see here on the video might change in the next couple days. There's always this possibility of last-minute balance changes or otherwise that might influence things I cannot test, things that have not been fully tested or otherwise. I'll do like a handicap or like a tier adjustment, and I'll kind of just put on the data sheet for me to retest it next season. And we'll have to move on from her with her life from there, and that's the best we can do. All right, so let's do the tour and overview. So on the far left-hand side of your tier list document, which, by the way, I'll be posting timestamps on this video, and I'll be posting the link to this and a lot of my most prominent guides that you will see here and elsewhere in the first pinned comment and in the description below. And so, yeah, we'll get all that. no problem. But yeah, at any rate, so on the far left here, you have basic information about the tier list and infographic, the mapping tier key, the fact that the late game mapping, what matters is, what matters here is whether or not it is faster or slower. That is what it is determining, and only for late game maps is that is what is being tested, what has been tested. Sub tiers, plus and minus. So there's 3 sub tiers for each tier. All right, and then of course, you have here, of course, the primary criterion that is used. This is how each build is tested. We are not using various other criterions, such as you could use just like speed of going through a map, or you could use DPS. Some of those metrics have a bit more problems with them. I prefer monsters per minute because that's where the experience and loot actually is. You can go through a map and kind of skip a lot of monsters, but that doesn't really tell you how strong a build is. Might be lacking AoE to clear through all the monsters. You might clear a lot of them, but another build will clear 100% of them. So these things matter, so I do account for that. And of course, we get a raw number and adjust for the density of the map, so that density doesn't bias a build over another one. And then of course, we try to standardize the stats on the map as well. Nothing that's going to hurt the build. Sometimes melee splash is a problem. Sometimes max monster life is always a problem, so it's always 0%. Because that's just another variable. It's going to make it difficult. And then of course, we try to test those near top end builds with limited corruptions, mostly just the sockets that we can make in the beta. And of course, we try to use optimal high APM gameplay, but I'll be honest, optimal gameplay, we're always trying to optimize builds every season, and sometimes we discover new and better optimal ways of playing certain builds, particularly with the community's help. I always encourage the community to come join me for every closed beta for improving the testing. Because there's a lot of people that are experts in certain builds. They've just nerded out over one build and they just know exactly how to play it most optimally, exactly how to build it most optimally. That helps me provide more accurate data. It's really good. Fortification, of course. So this will be next to the tier, next to the build. We also indicate whether or not it's just as good in a fortified or a non-fortified map, or if it's better in a fortified map, or if it's you'd be better off not doing a fortified map. So that's how it goes. And then we have budget. Budget would be right here. You got more check marks for more budget. X if it kind of requires high investment to be strong in the end game. That's kind of how it is. And then hardcore as well. Some builds are easier than others to make good in hardcore. And then on the late game solo mapping tier list, we have the tier 1 to tier 2, which is a new thing. This is brand new in season 12, where I try to give an indicator of is it the same as in tier 1, tier 2 maps? If so, it has 1 check mark. If it has more than that, it's actually better to run that build, even with good gear, in lower tier maps than it would be in a high tier map. Or is it actually just better to run it in a tier 3 map? Some builds actually thrive better with the higher density values, and they don't do as well in the lower density values. And of course, we have that Dungeon Buddies list, which is over here, to help you guys understand group mapping and what builds are going to be really sick for mapping in groups or teams or partners, 2s or 3s or 4s or 5s or 6s or 7s or 8s. And of course, the overall what's going to make a build strong, farming areas like Chaos or Mephisto, the LOD content in the game, high mobility, magic or physical type damage, and big AoE. That hasn't changed almost since the beginning of time in this mod. That is just how it is. This here, of course, is the late game mapping tier list itself, which now includes, let's see, 121 builds, 121 overall build approaches. So cool. You can check out the different classes, find your build that you're kind of interested in, and then see how it performs in tier 3 maps. And of course, maybe comparatively in lower tier maps and hardcore, how good it is for budget for mapping. Is it a budget mapper or not a budget mapper? You'll find out. And of course, fortify or not fortify for optimal gameplay choices. You don't know what fortification is? They introduced it in season 6. It is a map material you can apply to your map that will make the map have half the density, double the monsters, and yeah, good stuff. Half the density, no, sorry, not double the monsters, double the monster HP, 20% more monster damage, but it gives double loot and double experience from every monster you kill. So cool stuff. Anyway, other fun things you're going to find on the tier list and infographic here. You're going to find the solo mapping top 10. This is good stuff. So we update this every season, of course. This current top 10 reflects what the results of our updated testing and retesting have done this season. Some things are just a result of better testing, and some things are a result of changes in the actual game itself. So we'll talk about that same thing here. This season I did this a little differently. So I actually included all of the highest changes for any reason. Not just changes in the patch notes, but changes due to maybe improved testing. So you can see the biggest changes and why. I can tell you right now, Combustion, Volcano, and Fire Golems are all due to different testing protocol that's better this season, and to just better approaches on the builds in the case of Volcano and Fire Golems. Combustion, we were way too overly generous with how we tested that, because that's not how you actually play the build. You don't just skip half the map and yeah, I tried to keep things, if things were maybe a little too unrealistic in the past, I tried to keep the tests very grounded and realistic this time around. So if something might have been overrated, that's why. Combustion's an example. Anyway, we'll go over that more in detail, of course, when we go over individual builds, which we will do at some point here. Overall class power rankings, so this is where the classes fall, 1 through 7. This has to do with something I use on the data sheet here, which is class. I score each class on bossing, starting, and mapping. They get a total score. That score determines where they rank. This changes every season. I do kind of recalibrate it every season and try to assess it based on everything. And I'll kind of go more into detail into each criterion and how I kind of determine that, but not at the moment, of course. Top dungeon buddies, these are the builds you want with you on a team. If you guys are smashing those maps, high tier maps and dungeons especially, solo dungeon capable dungeons, those tier 4 maps, very good stuff. Solo dungeon capable, these are maps that you can run solo in a dungeon. There might be some I've missed. I try to get new ones every season in there after rechecking them and whatnot. Alright, new on season 12 tier list. So we got all of these new fun things as well down here. Oh, by the way, chat, so Twitch chat, I will actually start answering questions once I start going over the late game tier list. But for now, I'm just doing like the tour so that people know what they can find in these various links here. So I got new on, remember, of course, the scroll bars, guys, the right to left, up and down. There's a lot of information here, not just the tier list. Very important. Very important. We emphasize that. But anyway, so these are new builds on the tier list. These are builds that were not here in season 11. There's also usually a couple I might combine because I feel like just use the dominant approach instead of two different approaches on, so I'll actually remove a couple in some cases. But these are the ones I've added, so that's more interesting. DH's starter lineup. This is everyone's favorite list, at least it should be, especially if you're a newer player. What builds in order, rank order, at least my subjective opinion on how well they can get you loot and to get you rich the fastest. How well are these builds performing in each class? They're rank ordered by class within each class. And then on top of that, you even have an overall top 10 that I think are this is a nice clean list for where it's like, yes, those builds are great to start. Never go wrong going any of these. So, good stuff. Good stuff. Of course, then again, it kind of depends. All right. Poor confuse. Poor confuse, yeah. Actually, you know what? I forgot to change this actually. This is not supposed to be win. Win is not top 10. It's like top 15. I'll adjust that real quick on the fly. I forgot to change that earlier. I wrote a note to change that, but then I didn't. Okay, anyway. Good stuff. Recommended Uber Tristram builds. Awesome. Good stuff just in general. So these are going to be the builds for each class. Once again, kind of a subjective ordering in terms of ordering that I think are the easiest classes to kill the Ubers on, or the easiest builds. Same thing with Declone, Rathma, and Lucian. And for these, I do a lot of research, so I check a lot of kill videos, I check a lot of other things. And I've actually killed all these bosses on hardcore myself last season, so I actually have more experience than I've ever had because I've typically just been terrible at them. But I decided to really nut up last season, play at them on hardcore solo self-found even, no trading. Kill them in tier 0 and tier 1 in a lot of cases as well. And yeah, well, it was fun, but I also learned a lot about like it definitely gave me more of a perspective on the best builds as well. So I feel like these lists are probably better than they've ever been to some extent, but once again, that's a little subjective, right? So it is what it is, right? Oh man, not clean. Okay. Anyway, let's see. So we got those for each of the 3 pinnacle bosses. Good lists there. And then I don't believe these have changed since season 10. The map tiers and immunities, so they haven't been reset. I think Senpai says he actually wants to reset these again in season 13, so we'll see if that happens. If so, the test map optimization might change a bit and some other things, and that should be fun. Of course, we'll also have a link here to the datasheet. The datasheet is how we get the late game mapping tier list. Once again, I like monsters per minute accounting for density. I feel like it's a way more precise and data-driven, quantitative approach than the build can go through a map in this amount of time. Yeah, that might be the case, and while there's probably a high correlation, well, there's definitely a high correlation between going through a map fast and the monsters per minute I get here. And there's probably also a high correlation even with DPS as long as it's not like a poison build or something. There are high correlations between all these measures you can use, but I think this one is the most precise because as long as you're playing the build normally as if you were trying to complete a map, this really tells you like how many monsters you are killing. At every moment and every time. We try to get decent sample sizes, so for the most part, we strive for at least a minute and a half to like 2.5 minutes of sample size for each build in each area. With retests, we like to confirm, of course, that it's not varying too much as well. So if there's a lot of variability, we just keep testing it until we get a number that's really solid, and we try to We always take the highest result, so if we get a really high result, that's good. This is why every season the tier list just gets better, because ultimately we're able to, with more tests and more types of approaches to each build, we're able to min-max these results, and the highest result is always taken in each map. So we do average 3 maps, so it's not just Blood Moon. Blood Moon is a good indicator, of course. It's a pretty good standardized test for every build, which is why we do it on every single build. And as for the other maps, we try to keep it to the highest density maps that would be doable or solid to do with the build. Either few or no immunities, it's what we strive for. We try to keep the not high density maps out of these tests, because they'll skew the results in favor of the builds that do the high density maps, and the ones that don't get kind of shafted. So try to avoid that as much as possible. Some builds, of course, can't do the highest density maps very well, though, so they're relegated to mid-tier density maps, and that's the best they can do. But it is what it is. Of course, with a immunity or map reset, the testing maps for the next season would change, and data would get changes. So yeah. But yeah, so it's good stuff. What's gonna be my starter? It's gonna be Necromancer. But yeah, anyway, so yeah, so we average out the results from 3 maps. We take the monsters per minute and the density, and then we account for the fact that a rare map is 200% more density than a white map, and then we try to standardize them all to as if they all had 100 density essentially. So we try to keep that. It's what that equation is. It keeps it nice and even and fair. So that's what we do. We do the best we can. It's pretty cool. I like it. Of course, we get all these fun numbers here, and then we create tier cutoffs, basically using the minimum score, the maximum score, and then we find out what those intervals are, right? So there's a certain number of tiers. There's 9 in the top half, 9 in the bottom half, and so then we kind of take the the mean, and we just divide the bottom half range essentially by 9, and then we get the tier cutoffs right here. It's pretty cool. So more fun math, and then we get the tiers S plus through F minus. No funny business this time. The curve was pretty even-handed. It didn't need an S plus plus because the top end was as skewed as it was last time, which means that overall the balance was better, and also the testing was better to reflect that balance. So good stuff. Really nice, clean tiers. And then on the far right, this is how we get the overall class ranking, which I don't know if the overall class ranking means much to you, but, maybe if you want to invest in one class over another, whether it's worth playing that class, blah, blah, blah. Maybe the gear would be cheaper for a class that is less played versus one that's more played. So you would go that class to farm, and you can get some gear very cheaply, and then you can get rich, and then make one of those builds that everyone wants to play, And so, always great approaches, of course, so really good stuff in general. Thank you guys for the follows. GG. So that's accurate, right? Speed tiers. Oh yeah, you try to. Yeah, I guess each tier is roughly 4% more monsters per minute, essentially. So I guess that's what so there's this guy in my chat, Zagdem, that was doing this during the closed beta too. And he was trying to he was figuring out exactly what the percentage more monsters per minute on average. So he just turned these essentially into percentages. Yeah, the tier cutoffs, and yeah, that's all you did. Yeah, you just did a percentage of S plus. Yeah, so it's I guess fun fact, it's actually about 4% faster, or it's 3.7% faster 3.8, 3.9% fast, somewhere in that range. Every time you go up a third of a tier, so that's kind of interesting. Or faster, or more monsters per minute, whatever. That's the way I see it. And it's really cool. Ever since they introduced dot kills all, you can get this data. This is why I started turning this from a mostly qualitative to a highly quantitative approach since season 10. And I like it because you can just improve it every season. I can carry over data from previous seasons, as long as it doesn't change in any meaningful way. No meaningful no meaningful changes in the patch notes that would like radically change how the build would perform or change it at all, really. So there's no need to retest it. And so, there you have it. That being said, you can see from this key down here, this key will tell you how the data sheet works as well. So you got white text, orange text, and green text. And yeah, so good stuff, ultimate stuff. Tested in season 12, 11, or 10. So as you can see, mostly green text. Why? Because we try to test at least a solid majority of the builds every season. At least that's my goal now. And anything that was tested last season, anything that hasn't been tested for 2 seasons, which there's a decent amount of builds, but let's be honest, nothing's gone on with these builds. There's been 0 changes to them, so they still perform the same. And we had really good tests in season 10 for those, especially the teeth test, the blessed hammer test. A lot of those were just really solid tests. So not really a need to go back and mess with them. And thank you so much, guys, for the support, follows, and the primes, and all of the beautiful Xanifications. Thank you guys so much. Welcome to the cult of Xana, guys. GG. Welcome to Xana's Attack Squad. Going Summoner into CEs or Fire Golems. I think I'm actually gonna go Teeth. Actually, I'm gonna start Necro with Teeth. I really like the Teeth start. I'll show you guys why. They even buffed it again this season. They keep lowering the mana cost on it, so they buffed the start a bit. Now it's nothing that would affect endgame, but they buffed the start of it. So yeah, for sure. Yeah, I know Teeth's good. I like Teeth. I like starting Teeth. That being said, I don't know. Maybe I'll go Golems if I feel like killing a boss or something. So Golems are pretty insane. So, and I mean like all Golems. All Golems are insane. Bleed Golems, they all can do some really crazy things. So, but yeah. Anyway, but yeah, this will also tell you the handicap tiers. So builds are handicapped, and when we go over the late game tier list, it's not just the numbers. Sometimes it's based on how well we're able to test them in beta. So there's this kind of standard that is set by builds or facet builds where they mostly have all their damage corruptions, so you can mostly see just how well they perform at a top level damage. And then going down from there, there's like caster builds with like magic and physical like Warcry and stuff, and they rely on a lot of plus skill corruptions, which you can't test in beta. So those tend to get handicaps. They tend to get boosted in their tier because in an actual real live game scenario, they're going to be stronger than what's tested. That's just how it is. And I kind of based it on the skills and mechanics, and also how much I think the extra damage will actually do. Now, it's a little bit of a guesstimate on those, but I mean, it used to be all a guesstimate before we had numbers to base our information on. So it is what it is. But yeah, I mean, like some magic caster builds, I mean, you can kind of see they get a lot of handicap level 1s, handicap level 1s, handicap level 2s in some cases, because the builds really jank in beta for some reason. Because like in the case of like some of these bow builds, for instance, this season, like bow builds are crazy this season. Like you have to have like a lot of pierce items, items that give chance to pierce on your gear, and because of that, like you can't have corruptions in the beta, but there are pierce corruptions possible, and so this could help you remove a lot of those items and just simply wear a lot of better stuff. So in a lot of cases, they just get a handicap from that as well. So they get a small tier boost. I don't think we have any negative tiers this season. We have a couple of cases where it would have been a negative tier, but like a +1 handicap countered it out essentially. So I ended up just going with the 0, zeroing it out and just doing what the numbers are telling us to do. But yeah, we'll do it. We'll do it. That's how we slot them, though. We slot these builds based on their top 3 tier 3 map average standardized MPM into the tier cutoffs, and that's how it goes. But yeah, it even shows what the tier adjustment key is here for the handicaps. So there you go. Fun stuff. And then this is something I really like talking about. So this is my favorite guide. I made this in season 10, and it's still here. So we're also going to have a link to this below as well in the first pinned comment and the description. This is the Project Diablo 2 Ultimate Farming Guide. The only thing I did this season was add one build, which was Exploding Arrow in the under Amazon. But the rest of it is always the same. So basically, on the far left, you literally have a solo progression guide that will take you from rags to riches most effectively, most of the time, softcore or hardcore, doesn't matter. This is the top approach. This is what you do. You go through these steps. You get to that optimal LOD farming zone or zones for your build, and then you consider the areas, which are right here, based on all of these factors. Like their difficulty, their magic find, their item type, their mobility, best damage types, and rank. Rank 1 areas are just objectively better than rank 2 or rank 3 areas. Rank 2 areas are objectively better than rank 3 areas in terms of getting you rich faster. This is just how it is. It's because of the types of items that drop and the frequency of their dropping and just how valuable they are. That's just how it goes. Some, like for instance, I mean, farming for keys to make wealth, you can do that, and if it's simple to you, that's good. You should do it. But keep in mind that farming, Mephisto or Arcane Sanctuary will make you rich a lot faster. That's just how it goes. And I've done all these farms many times in this game at this point, both on LOD, both on normal D2 and on PD2. So I can't claim to be the perfect expert, but I have tens of thousands of hours in this game, and so this is what I impart upon you with this knowledge here. And yeah, it's good stuff. So like for instance, if you have a sorceress, you have a high mobility class. You choose your build, Blizzard, and it's a cold damage type if it's not obvious. For some people, it's not obvious, actually. Like, a lot of people might not know Meteor has fire and physical damage. They might not know that. They might just think it's fire damage, so that's why it's listed there. Or, I don't know, in some cases, you might not even truly know what type of damage a lot of this is, I mean, there's people that think like, they always ask me like, what is Hurricane? Like, what type of damage is Hurricane? It's cold, so not everyone knows these things, but it is what it is. They have the damage type, high mobility class. And so for these LOD areas, mobility, when it says mobility, that's the minimum mobility you're going to want to farm the area effectively. That means, like, for instance, you've got a mobility of high listed under the bosses, right? Because if you farm those without a lot of mobility, it's going to be really slow. And so you're going to want something with high mobility or something that can give you high mobility, like teleport charges or, a teleport staff, like Nausea's staff. Something like that to simulate the high mobility. Otherwise, it's going to be inefficient compared to whereas, like, if you got an Amazon, for instance, you don't have a lot of mobility. So you should be looking at those low areas only. If you got high, you could do any of them. Doesn't matter. This is definitely the advantage of high mobility classes like Druid, Sorceress, and Necromancer. Why? Blood Warp, Gust, and Teleport. They're all really good. They all can get you anywhere you want to go very fast. So they can do any area, and mobility is never an issue. But if it is an issue, you'll see it right there. And of course, best damage types, it depends on immunities in the area, mostly immunities. Of course, it also has to do just sometimes with how those types of abilities work, but mostly immunities. And so you don't have to be able to break any immunities to do these areas effectively whatsoever. This is all early game, Lord of Destruction farming. But yeah, it's good stuff. Ultimate farming guide, always sick. Always check it out. I type it there in the chat again. This link, if you're not aware of it, definitely show your friends this. A lot of people ask me questions all the time about where they should farm on whatever build they're playing. This will give you the options. This will make you the most informed possible. And on this left hand side, if you want to start the game naked and progress through the game in the most effective way possible, this is how you do it. Just read it step by step. That's all you got to do. All you got to do. And then, you can inform yourself as to whether or not you need Magic Find or whether or not it's good, the difficulty of the area overall. So maybe your build sucks too much. Maybe you should stick to the low difficulty areas. You'll find this out by trial and error as well, but, it is what it is. So you get all these kind of information there, and that is at least will help inform you as to what you should or could farm, and then do it, and then get rich. That's how you do it. That's the ultimate farming guide. All right, so those are all the best links. That's it. That is a tour de force. There you have it. I always try to do, you guys. I always try to keep you up to date. I consider myself, I guess at this point, I'm just like regular media for this game. Every time this game has a major update for a new season, I am I'm like the one of those major media outlets for the game. So that's what I do. I produce information, infographics, and I produce guides for you guys to help you understand the cool things that are happening. I have also launched new videos for this season for builds, mini guides, and demos from the beta. I've launched 7 of them this season. I launched like 10 ones last season. I launched like 20 of them the season before that. And we got like tons of ones. And then on top of that, all that during the hardcore season itself, I've also launched mini guides, full guides and demos of my live characters that I've made. You can check those out. Lots of cool, interesting resources. I have starter specific guides. I've got mercenary specific guides for like what mercenaries are good. I made one of those last season. Thinking of making another, just like an overview of like what starters are actually way better this season. I might kind of go over like what is hot this season in terms of starters and why. And maybe people will get into that, because I know there's like 50 builds listed here. Well, there's like, I don't know, 40 maybe. I might actually highlight a few that I think would be really cool this season for various reasons. I'm not sure if I'm going to make that before the season start yet, but I think I'll try to. In addition to this one, then we'll do all that as well. So yeah, so we have lots of cool guides. I have mapping guides. I have, we got lots of links to all kinds of stuff. This is why the S11 guides commanded my Twitch channel. I'll link you to all these different guides. I even have like Declone, Rathma, Lucian as well. So I go over all these different things. I go over a lot of stuff. I even have the Arcane Sanctuary guide, because not a lot of people understand why it's a good area to farm. It's insane, but I think it's one of the best farms in the game. That's why these lightning builds are listed so high on the starter list, for instance. That's why it's in rank 2 on a sorceress. That's why it's ranked 2 on an assassin. That's why it's ranked 3 on an Amazon. Has to do with like build mobility too. Once again, class mobility matters, but yeah, Arcane's insane. But anyway, good stuff. Let's go over it though. Runes, right? What about runes? Someone's asked about runes. Okay, anyway, so late game solo mapping tier list. Let's always talk about what it is and what it's not. So late game solo mapping tier list is a tier list, once again, that uses that data on that sheet we went over briefly to monsters per minute, accounting for map density, and taking out all those bad mods, things we talked about earlier, to produce a tier list of builds based on their tier 3, their best tier 3 mapping performance. We take their best maps. Cows is required because it's a nice baseline with the highest health monsters with high density. And then the other two maps are just good maps that they can do. We don't want to only take into account cows, I feel like, because you don't only ever have Blood Moon maps to run. They're expensive to run too. So, I mean, we kind of have to take into account how it performs in a standard map as well. Different builds with different abilities have different abilities to do these things. So, overall, we take that standardized top 3 MPM average, and then we distill it into a number, and it's slotted into the bell curve, which is produced by the numbers there. We kind of talked about that very briefly. If you're not a math person, though, this is a bunch of gobbledygook, so it doesn't matter. All you need to know is this tier list here, and this is what helps us understand how builds perform in the late game. So, we're in the late game. We talk about tier 3 maps, unique maps, those kinds of maps. The maps that are going to be hard maps. Maps that are easier maps, it might perform better or mostly about the same most of the time as it would perform in a tier 3, but that's why we have this indicator. So we got a brand new indicator this season once again, and it basically asks the question, is this build even better in a lower tier map, even with good gear, mind you, or even with the good kind of gear that we test with? Would it be better in a lower tier map? So this is what I tell you. Would it be even better? Would it get a higher grade if you tested it along all the other builds in a tier 1 or tier 2 map? And the answer is often yes. Builds that tend to do, I would say, less damage, but they still have high AoE and high mobility. They tend to fit in this category of being better in tier 1, tier 2 maps. Like, an example I always like using is Teeth. So we got a Teeth here. Teeth has 3 check marks here for a reason. It's because this build has insane AoE. It has insane mobility, but the damage is a bit lacking in tier 3s because the monsters just have too much health. But the thing is, it's not even lacking that much. It's still performing at A tier because that's how fast it kills things. But in a tier 1 map, for instance, this thing is going to crush, and that's what that means. So, always keep that in mind. We got some cool new things about that. But yeah, so that is what it means. Late game solo mapping tier list is not a group mapping tier list. It is not a players 8 mapping tier list. It does not say anything about a build's power in players 8. These are all tested in players 1 tier 3s in their best maps. It is not absolute. There are always iterations. Every season we make it better. So that is the goal, is to always just keep making it better. Whether through testing the changes from the patches themselves or just from retesting and testing new approaches, as brought to me by chat. Honestly, chat helps so much with testing because they come up with very innovative or new approaches, min-maxed approaches that I might not have thought of. There's just so many builds in the game. I know a ton about this game. I have a ton of working knowledge on it, but let's be honest, you had to be an expert in any one build. Such a person would probably be able to play a build even better than I could. So this is why I rely on chat for the best testing. We try to test things in the best ways that make sense. And I feel like overall, so when I go over each build, I'll try to describe, the approach that we use every time so that it's fully transparent and so that people understand that we are testing things at least as best as we can. And if we're not, I'd like it to be criticized. I like people to tell me, oh, that build was tested horribly and this is why. Hopefully you guys show up every closed beta, though, to improve the testing, though. So, yeah, so good stuff. overall, yeah, but yeah, it's not a group mapping tier list. It's not a LOD, that's the starter. So this has nothing to do with starting out the build. This has everything to do with a optimized build in the end game and how it's played optimally in the end game. So that's it. And I don't know, is there anything else I really should say about it? I mean, not really. Um I think it's very clear that, you know, every season we try to get it as good as possible. And I think this season, just like last one, this is the best version ever because we got a lot of retests that really show off some builds in ways that really, I think, optimize them the best, and they show them in their best light, ways that I wasn't quite doing before. So, and also there's a lot of builds as well that just got tested for their changes and they're looking good. So that will do it. All right, another thing to mention about this list here is that when we're talking about the tier 3 map performance, all this means is faster or slower. This doesn't mean garbage. There's actually 0 garbage builds on this tier list. If it's complete trash, I don't really list it. I might give some honorable mentions to tests that we did that never made it to the tier list because it didn't feel like it just felt like trash. Every single build on here is a viable approach in late game mapping. Not just in tier 1s, mind you, in tier 3s. You can do it. The F-1 even is viable in Blood Moon. Yes, you can kill the cows with this, 100%. Will it be slow compared to most builds? Yes. Is it faster than it's ever been? Yes, but it's still bad. And so there you have it. Confuse is a good example. Confuse used to be like F triple minus, so I used to just leave it off the tier list. Like last season, I took it off. I put it back on because it's in the patch notes. And guess what? Now it's actually competing. It's up there with the other F tier builds. So now it's just at the bottom, but not at the very bottom. That's kind of interesting. It's actually it's in the bell curve now. It's not pulling the whole thing down. So that's kind of interesting. It's not terrible. So that's anything you can do these. You can do all these things. They're all viable. They're all good to their own degree. But one is way, you know, as you go up the tiers and up the sub tiers, they get faster. They kill more monsters per minute. That's all that matters. That's what it is. That's it. You want to go faster, you pick S tier build. If you like meme builds, play whatever you want. And there's nothing wrong with a D tier build. It's just a little slow compared to some of the other builds. That's it. That's all it is. I've tested these. I've played these. They work just fine. They're just a bit slower. That's it. If you want to, if you're a speed demon though, well, this is why the top 10 mapping list is for you. Look here for your build. If you are a speed demon, a meta gamer, you like the meta, this is the meta right here. We try to show you guys the most accurate meta every time. Maybe we don't get it 100% right every time, but get it pretty damn close. And definitely within the top 15 or 20, we get it pretty much like dead on. So there you have it. This time, I think it's pretty damn good. So there you have it. We did talk about, of course, each of these indicators and whatnot already when we went over the tour. So I guess at this point, we can just start going through the builds individually. What you're saying is there is a chance. Absolutely, there is a chance. So we're going to go through these builds, my impressions of them this season, and how they're testing, whether or not I even retested it this season. I'll just, if I didn't, I'll tell you how it, or it still is and why it still is that way. And there you have it. I'll also try to include like top mercenary approaches. So there you have it. And yeah, we'll do that as well. Crazy using spreadsheets playing video games. Man, tell that to the Path of Exile players, man. I got nothing on those people, man. I got nothing on those people. I only make one. I like that comment in the chat. That's nice. That's nice. Hey, you gotta understand, okay? For nerds, this is part of the entertainment, okay? Nerding out on something gives us great euphoria. It's part of the dopamine rush, all right? It's not just the finding the shit. It's the min-maxing it. At least for me, I enjoy the closed beta as much as the actual season. I might be a weirdo, but that's me, okay? I enjoy these things. I enjoy these tests. I think it's fun. Ah, man. I love that comment, though. Y'all crazy for using spreadsheets playing video games. That's the comment. That's a good one. Hey, I can't. I don't know what to tell you though. This is not the only game people made spreadsheets for, but it is what it is. It'd be interesting to have an info sheet for mercenaries. I've made a video. So last season, I made a pretty comprehensive video, not a fully comprehensive one, but of like types of mercenaries that are really good on certain builds. It's you can never make it like fully comprehensive, but it'd be interesting to put that in a spreadsheet though, right? Just like so that people can visually see it. Yeah, I think that would be a good idea. Maybe I'll do that actually. Maybe I'll do that and make a video on it. That sounds like a fun idea for a video. More spreadsheets, right? Just create another one. All right, so without further ado, let's start out on the sorceress because this video is going to be far too long already. I can tell. All right, so getting to our first build in the late game tier list. It's 50 minutes. All right, so Nova. All right, so Nova got its radius increase this season, so it got a patch. So there is something going on with it. I test with the Infinity Staff and the Ming Song's Lesson. Infinity Staff with Stormspire Mercenary, or the Ming Songs and the Infinity Mercenary. Infinity Staff seems to be performing a little bit better, but it's pretty close. Pretty close. Nova, let's be real here, is, it's not hard to get the survivability you need just because you kill things so fast and put everything into hit recovery. Nova is insane when you get the gear. But as you can see here, this is not a budget build for late game mapping. Sorceress builds in general struggle in late game mapping unless you have a lot of gear. The reason being is that sorceresses they don't have all this natural sustain, so they need all this like mana and life sustain, particularly mana for their energy shield. Usually they're using energy shield for mapping, not for bossing, using pure Vita for bossing, but for mapping, you go energy shield. And you need all the sustain, mana for kill, whatever else. And then on top of that, you need the damage, and you need enough plus skills. You need a lot of elemental penetration, particularly from like Infinity or just low resist. A lot of sources of elemental penetration. Facets are really big, which means ore sockets are really big, which means expensive corruptions are really big. Sorceresses do kind of struggle without all that because their skills scale so like the scaling on the skills is so reliant on all those things, and you need all those components to fit together well to map with a sorceress in the late game. So it is very difficult to say to a new player, yeah, you can just map on a budget on a sorceress. Particularly late game, which is what this addresses, right? Particularly tier 3s and the higher tier maps. Since this is the tier 3, late game solo mapping tier list, it's really hard to tell people you're going to be doing that on a budget. Now, obviously, tier 1s, tier 2s, it's a bit more possible, but it's going to be difficult. It's just difficult in general. You're going to have problems either with survivability, you're going to have problems with damage, or both. And it's just a difficult thing to do. But when you get the gear together, and I've made tons of Sorceress videos over the last 3 seasons, so you can see these builds. Yeah, Sorceress builds are crazy. A lot of them are. Nova is insane. Puts up crazy numbers. Can absolutely crush the endgame with Nova. Nova's damage isn't insanely high, so I actually think it performs even better in lower tier maps. So it's which is crazy to say because it's already at the pinnacle of the tier list. So how do you perform even better? Well, it's possible. You know, it's just Nova can do everything insanely well. And when the monster's a little bit weaker, it just, you know, runs Rush Shot over the game with 200 faster cast rate being the highest mobility class in the game. The Sorceress. This is what Nova does. Does it very well. Charge Bolt. Alright, Charge Bolt didn't change this season, so I'm not going to go over it too much. But last season, it is able to pierce. That piercing makes it insanely strong. One thing to note is that some of the tiers might change here just because the bell curve is shifting. In other words, relative to other build performance. If more builds are getting more powerful across the board, which I'll be honest, every season, way more builds get buffs than nerfs. Because of that, a lot of builds might actually fall below the threshold for a certain tier, and they'll end up a third of a tier lower. It's not because the skill changed or anything else, but just relative to the performance of other builds, it's dropped a little bit. Everything is compared to everything else. That's kind of how the tier list works. Everything is relative to every other build. So, Charge Bolt, no change. Still insanely strong. Ming Song's Lesson, Lightning Facets, Infinity. It's gonna crush everything. And you can go tankier than that. You can go Skull Collector for the bone armor. Also really insane. Overall, nothing too special here. You can make almost any build work in hardcore. It just has to do with, you know, maybe maxing out ES instead of teleport, so you're going to take a bit more of a teleport debuff. Maybe it means, you know, maybe focusing a bit more on that res, mana gear, whatever, getting more layers of defense, whatever it is. But, you know, Sorceress Builds, most of them are fine. You can go hardcore pretty easy as well. But yeah. There's no way you're not an accountant. I am not an accountant, actually. I am actually not. I've never been an accountant. I've never gone to school for accounting. I actually went to school for psychology, so interesting. In psychology, we do a lot of stats, though. So, you can see my stats background, okay? You kind of see that in the data sheet a little bit, but that's about it. Okay. You know, quantitative, qualitative evaluation, that kind of stuff. I've done a lot of that kind of thing. So I do have a background in that, and that kind of does influence a little bit my way of thinking about some of this stuff, but yeah. I would succeed as an accountant. Good to know. Good to know. Good to know. Okay. At any rate, okay, Chain Lightning buff. Very exciting. So, this one went up, I think, 2/3 of a tier, maybe a whole tier, actually. I don't remember. It's like C plus to B plus. It might be one of the biggest movers in terms of like change from last season. Oh wait, yeah, no, it's an honorable mention. It's like a top 15 biggest movers. So good stuff. Big buffs, damage buffs, number of chain buffs. Felt way better to play this even in cows. It was struggling before. I like where it's at now. I think this is probably fine. They can't make it too strong in maps, otherwise it'll probably absolutely destroy things like Rathma, so I kind of understand. So I like where it's at. It feels good. It's also a lot safer than Nova or Charge Bolt. You can stand all the way back, so it's always an advantage of using this skill over the other two. If you're wondering why would I ever map with Chain Lightning over these two, that's why. It's really safe. So if you want to play this in hardcore, for instance, while it doesn't, you can make it just as tanky as these other two. Technically, it's got a bit of an advantage there. And also, once again, a lot of lightning skills have this problem where they have minimum damage issues. So like lower tier maps might just be better in general, and they do tend to be, because that minimum damage hurts more in like higher tier maps where the monsters have more health. So That is something to consider. Similar setup to Chain Lightning, though. Similar types of mercenary. Most Sorceress mercenaries are optimal ones, not budget ones. Like budget ones, you can always go Pus Spitter for like lower resist and things like that. But like the most of them are gonna be the Act 2 Defiance, Conviction, Affinity Mercenary. Most of them. The reason why, except for Nova, where like you might be able to use the staff on yourself because you're jumping directly into the monsters, but the reason why you can't do that on everything is because you're not jumping directly into the monsters, or you don't want to, and you want the conviction aura to still hit the monsters, so you want the mercenary to have it. So most of the time, that is going to give you the best bang for your buck on all these, but yeah, that's basically it. For Cold Arrow, what kind of bow stats I'm looking for? Plus skills. So you're looking for cold pierce, percent cold damage, and plus skills. Yes. And then also faster bows versus slower ones. However, Demon Crossbow is a little slower than normal bows, for instance, but you can hit the breakpoint, the max breakpoint, with hardly any attack speed. So then you can focus on the rest of your gear, just pumping out penetration and damage. And then, of course, you can get the Mercenary to pump out it with the Infinity as well. So that's really cool. 7th Arm, thank you so much for the Prime. Thank you guys for the Primes, guys. Life's Woe as well. Thank you guys for the support. Okay, anyway. So this thing's kind of interesting. So Thunderstorm, for the first time ever, I listed this by itself. Now, you might be thinking there were no patch notes with Thunderstorm, and you're right, there haven't been for a very long time. But throughout the mod, they've been buffing this thing, and I've never like tested it like by itself. I just never thought to. I was like, well, yeah, it's, you know, good with Nova, right? I mean, that's what it is. It's paired with Nova. It's with Nova. That's how it works. But what's interesting is, what I didn't realize is that if you just teleport around a tier 1 map and you have like tons of facets and gear, you just teleport around, you can actually destroy the whole tier 1 map just with Thunderstorm really fast. And you don't have to do much except for teleport. It's pretty crazy. And then tier 3 maps or tier 2, if you like throw in some static fields here and there, you also kill things. So I kind of wanted to show, and this is interesting. I actually tested this with just Thunderstorm in static field in tier 3 maps, B tier. That is how that was its monsters per minute. We were hitting 150,000 DPS with just Thunderstorm and static field in cows in Blood Moon. Very interesting. Very interesting. I think I just wanted to showcase here the power of Thunderstorm. So Thunderstorm is no joke. And then, of course, I made a video on this. I don't know how much people really care for it. They're probably thinking, oh, this isn't a builder approach I'd ever want to do. This is a stupid video. I actually did get some comments like that already. But I did make a video on this just to highlight how strong it can be. Just to show people. So I also tested an Uber Ancients. I didn't put this in the video, but you can just teleport around the Uber Ancients and they can't hit you. Just teleport around the arena and they die. So it's interesting. It's kind of like the old PvP, you know, back in LOD with Thunderstorm, where it only hit one one enemy though, like one, you know, player character, whatever. You just kill them and it would be super annoying because you couldn't lock them down. I did the same thing to Lucian, so I did do that in the video. So I showed how I could teleport around the Lucian arena and he would just die from Thunderstorm. And then I could Nova the portals. So it is what it is. Take it for what it is. I have it there. I made the video on it. It's an approach. If you think it's stupid, whatever. But it is something that obviously is supposed to be paired with Nova if you want to like min-max your damage. Obviously, Nova is the strong approach. This is a subordinate approach. But yeah, I thought it was interesting. That's all I really have to say about that. Thunderstorm is Nova for lazy people. Well, it could be, it's a lot safer. You could just like teleport past everything. You don't have to actually engage with it. It's kind of funny. Just teleport through the map and just kill things. There are no Ormuses with Thunderstorm. That doesn't exist in PD2. There's certain skills that cannot spawn on an Ormus. That's one of them. Good question, Barry. Always appreciate it. Yeah, always pick my brain. I know a lot of shit about this game, so just yeah, there you have it. Good to go. Sounds kind of chill. It is. I got some negative comments on the video already. Like, what the freak is this? This doesn't. Why? This is supposed to be part in Nova. Why are you doing this? It's like, I thought it was cool to show off. I was impressed. I did not think it was that strong with just negative res auras. You know, static field, which is one of the components of dropping lightning res in PD2. You have low resist and conviction, and then static field. All three lower lightning res in PD2. And so I thought it was interesting. You get those three, you throw them in there, throw them in a blender, and it's pretty good. All right, Frost Nova. Okay, so let's go to the cold tree a bit. So Frost Nova actually got its range reduced. So it got its AoE reduced. Nova got it increased. Personally, I don't think Nova really needed that. And also, I'm not sure Frost Nova needed that change either. But, I don't know. I mean, I guess they're maybe trying to make it... Because, like, Frost Nova, a lot of people would play Frost Nova, right? Especially last season. And I did test the approach with the Sigurd's belt and the Steel Carapace. So you had, like, a crazy amount of defense on Frost Nova because it also synergizes with Shiver Armor. And in this season, you can even get block on that. You can get block and faster block rate on the armors, right? On Shiver and Chilling Armor. It's a brand new thing in season 12. Well, yeah, like you could just get crazy defense, man. Crazy defense. So, yeah, I mean it's crazy to think about, It's crazy to think about. So, yeah, I guess that's probably why they nerf Frost Nova and buff Nova. But see, the thing about Nova is that you get so many lightning skills for free, which means you don't have to dump all your points into teleport to lower the teleport debuff, right? Or if you do, it's practically zero debuff, whereas in cold you can't do that as easily. On top of that, it's also easier to get a lot higher of a level energy shield as well on the lightning version. So there's advantages to the lightning version, there's advantages to the cold version. The cold one, it also freezes monsters, and you can get extremely high defense. Because you have to max Shiver Armor. It's a synergy for Frost Nova. So there's these, I always go over this every time I do the tier list. I feel like I've talked about this before, but Frost Nova, it kind of depends on the approach you want to use. But overall, that's pretty good. So yeah. I'm probably going Teeth into Fire Golem. Yeah, I want to try to get to Fire Golem. We're gonna have to farm for sure. We're gonna have to do a lot of farming. Could be fun though. Something like that would be pretty fun though. But yeah. So Frost Nova, really strong. But I guess I can say I actually gave it a small handicap this season because I tested it with a more defensive approach and because it could get a lot more damage to corruptions, lacking like FCR or otherwise. Yeah, I gave it a bit of a boost, which it probably is accurate. But I guess the lack of radius on it though actually makes it maybe a little bit worse than Nova, which seems to bear out in the numbers. So you can kind of go either one. I think now I'd probably prefer Nova though this season, and you can kind of see that on the top 10 as well. I think that's what I'd prefer through a bunch of tests. So if you want to do a Nova Sork, it's probably what you should do. That being said though, the Sigurd Steel Carapace approach is still nuts. So if you do that with the right corruptions, it's gonna be sick. So out of the way, you got lots of options. You can even get like tons of block for free too if you want to go really safe Frost Nova build. You could argue that Nova's dangerous in hardcore period, but you can always make it viable. But that being said, I'd probably give a small edge to Frost Nova over Nova for hardcore as well. Obviously, freezing the monsters is really good. Obviously, getting huge defense is really good. So, yeah, I mean, it is what it is, though. Kind of depends. Hardcore players, good stuff. Yeah, that's the thing. The monster, I've noticed that Nova is putting more monsters in hit recovery as well. Nova just felt tankier even with a staff and like no defense, which was kind of weird. I also observed that this season for sure. It sounds like you observed the same thing in the chat. So yeah, I don't know. It's a good point though. Anyway, Frozen Orb Ice Barrage. So tested last season, I believe. They got some pretty big changes. They're literally neck and neck in terms of power. They're practically indistinguishable. And it depends on the map, depends on a lot of things. They're both extremely strong. A tier, obviously, extremely fast builds. So definitely don't feel like you can not go those. One thing to note, by the way, chat and YouTube, is that this season, the Sorceress, they removed a ton of those poison pill modifiers that can spawn on rare orbs and craft orbs and things like that from the pool. So now you're more likely to get things like Pierce and percent LE damage and plus skills on the orbs. They completely reworked the whole orb thing. I think they did the same on the staves too. Yeah, it was like orbs and staves. So you definitely pick up those rare orbs if you're starting Sorceress, because that is going to be crazy. So if you didn't see that in the patch notes, crafting the orbs, getting the rare orbs, learn the craft recipes from the wiki. Yeah, it's going to be really big. Overall, they're very strong though. But yeah, more Conviction, Mercenaries, Defiance. You could use on these. I mean, you can go obviously like pure damage FCR. With like Ming Songs. You can also go like Death's Fathom. You can go really good crafting orb. Death's Fathom is hard to beat though. Death's Fathom, like out of all the orbs, a crafted orb is gonna have the hardest time beating Death's Fathom. So like Death's Fathom, Medusa's Gaze, really good stuff. All right, Blizzard though. Blizzard's a bit more interesting to talk about though. So Blizzard, just because it has insanely high damage in a very small area, that's typically what you're looking for in terms of having a very strong fortified build. This makes it very good for fortified maps. Blizzard is definitely in that conversation. This season, for the first time, Blizzard is competing with Ice Barrage and Frozen Orb in terms of overall monsters per minute, which is actually kind of crazy to think, but it is true. It just kills monsters that easily. It kills them very fast, and you can move on to the next pack. The cooldown's very small. The damage is very consistent after giving them the little bolt small AoE this season. I feel like it felt even more impactful for single target than for mapping, to be honest. I feel like the buff that it got last season was way more impactful, but this one, this season, the rework, whatever you want to call it, to exactly how it works, makes it feel very consistent. So Blizzard is very strong for late game mapping, and then obviously if it's strong for late game mapping, you know, Blizzard's always going to be a staple of your starter builds. So that is why it's listed there, and why it's ready to go right there. So good stuff. Blizzard from Prox. Well, Endless Hail has only leveled 24 Blizzard, unfortunately. And I think there might be something else, but nothing that I tested, so I don't know. Prox can potentially always be decent, but yeah. Yeah, there's Nord's Tenderizer as well. I've seen people play these builds, and they're good approaches. They're just not like top approaches. That's all. That's why we kind of tend to leave them off the tier list. But keep in mind that if you're a proc addict, you know, like Senpai, which is why they exist in the game, um, you should just go for it, man. You wanna proc a high level skill instead of just using the skill directly. Sometimes the approach is pretty solid and it's special in some way that makes it powerful in its own unique way, and I listed on the tier list. But for the most part, there's all these really cool approaches that aren't necessarily dominant because they're like, they're just second tier, third tier approaches, but they're fun though. So hey, some people really like that stuff. Definitely a proc addict. Yeah, well, if you're a proc addict, you'll be good to go there. So no problem whatsoever. All right, so we've got Glacial Spike, which hasn't changed also this season. Oh yeah, they also added a little bit of like hitbox to Ice Bolt and Firebolt, so that should help against single targets, which is pretty cool. They did do that this season. So we got Glacial Spike though. Glacial Spike is just like not a lot of AoE basically. That's basically the big problem. Also the damage isn't really insane, so it's kind of slow. But I actually showed it off again this season just because I haven't retested it since like season 9 or something, so but yeah, it's still performing the same. Not a lot of changes to that. It's I don't know why anyone would do this necessarily, but I guess it's really safe. One thing I'll say about Glacial Spike is it's insanely safe. Everything just freezes, so you can definitely use it on like as a second skill that you can have bound just in case you need to freeze everything. But that's about it. But because it has its own like synergy tree and everything, that's why I listed it as an approach. It has it has high damage. Anything that I have listed here is technically its own approach because it can be used to hit the monsters. That's why I even tested Thunderstorm, so that's kind of neat. All right, so off to some more interesting things here. So we have Cold Enchant. So Cold Enchant, we got some very interesting approaches here. So they actually fixed enchant in some very big ways this season. So now the percent fire damage or the percent cold damage stats, the percent damage stats will actually boost the power of these skills. I guess before that damage wasn't doing anything to them, so they're lacking a lot of damage from that. But now it does. Now it actually does it, and it's really good. Yeah, so I didn't do like a dual enchant, but the reason why is because like in order to make both enchants powerful, you kind of have to like totally negate the teleport debuff. So, and then you have to like have no energy shield on top of that. And then on top of that, you have to like do like insanely excessive pre-buff to like min-max them. So like I tried to avoid that, but it's all right. Some people go really crazy with the enchants. You can go really crazy with them. I'd say a lot of people in my chat and YouTube in general, they really hate pre-buff. They really hate things like that. So if I only have to swap out anywhere between 4 to 6 pieces of gear or like less than that, it's probably where I should keep it to. Otherwise people don't want to bother. And even then, that's too much for a lot of people, so. Oh yeah, definitely. Definitely. It's really cool stuff. Definitely with the Pierce and whatnot, yeah. Imagine not enjoying Windhammer. Yeah, Windhammer proc druid. That's always fun. Anyway, so because of that huge buff, and then they also increased the maximum pierce on like all projectiles in the game. They did like a number of projectile buffs too. So they also did that. They did that to enchant. And then on top of that, you can now put sockets and arrows, and that includes rare arrows. and you also have, you know, rune word arrows, and you have unique arrows. In this case, though, because it's cold enchant and you need Widowmaker for multiple shot, we just used our rare arrows and we put 2 cold facets in it. And so this build is way stronger than it was last season. And it's actually going pretty hard. B tier is really good. Like, that's a really good build. And honestly, it might even be a little bit stronger than that, because min-maxing with corruptions, which is difficult to do in beta, trying to get all those weird pierce items like Treads of Thawne just to make it work in beta, like Magnus's skin, ouch, right? Really, really ouch. Really tough. So what I recommend is, you know, get the actual ones and you'll actually be good to go. And I don't know, maybe it'll be as almost, it could theoretically, it's hard to really say, but it could theoretically be as strong as A tier. So it could be. It felt really good. The cold version felt a bit better than the fire version. With the fire version, we were able to beat that with the exploding arrow, but the exploding arrow is also kind of nerfed a little bit at the end of closed beta. At least the like mini explosions were, but overall the like DPS kind of isn't. I mean, we'll talk about that when we get down to there, but yeah, it is what it is though. So like overall, like Demon Machine, Kuku Shikaku exploding arrow also really insane because of the new exploding arrow this season, and I made a video on that build. But yeah, so it's good. Hey, no problem, guys. Thank you guys for the kind words in the chat. Always enjoy seeing that. You guys are beasts. Thank you guys for the follows. GG. All right, so all right. Werebear's Sword hasn't really changed. You want free GG energy shield, you can use Odysseans, you can use Odium for the cold pierce. And go cold enchant on a werebear sorceress. Use a beast unswap to turn into a bear. And you can go around with a vigor aura mercenary to make you fast because you can't teleport in bear form, and you just go around and slap the map basically. It's kind of slow, but hey, you're pretty tanky. And werebear gives you defense, and on top of that, you have like shiver armor, which gives you more defense. So you can, it's not bad. And then of course you could have the good energy shield and all that other fun stuff, and go pretty hard on the cold enchant skills in the tree and whatnot. So it's really good. Thank you, Ripe. I feel like this is our best one ever. I feel like we've gotten a lot of things right this time. A lot of things that have been maybe difficult to pin down in the beta, but with chat's help, we were able to do it this time. We'll get into some of those builds though. All right, so this skill, I'm gonna be honest with you guys. Like, I'm gonna be honest with the community here. Like, this skill is really annoying to test. Combustion. I think it might be the most annoying skill in the entire game to test, and it's because it's a skill with like a 3 second, you know, obviously 2.5 second cooldown in this case. It also has an Ormus to proc more combustions ever since season 10 or whatever, season 9 actually. And like they nerfed it heavily, which nerfed its power. They bring it back a little bit. Depending on how you play it as well, like it's weird. It's like, okay, if let's say you had an infinite number of maps, right? And you could just, you know, you didn't have to trade for any maps. You just had as many maps as you wanted. If you had as many maps as you wanted, and you didn't have to buy them, and you know they didn't cost anything, and you just were just in this world of no shortage, no you know, scarcity, no scarcity of maps, you could make an argument combustion is S tier. Why? Because if you jump around and just skip half the map and just blow up as many monsters as possible, and then move on to the next map, and just ignore the monsters that got left behind, which is like half of them, your monsters per minute is really high. But if you play it more like a standard build and clear the whole map for the most part, maybe leaving behind a lot less monsters, it's like A/B tier. So I don't know. What I decided to do this season was I decided to test it in, I guess, the quote unquote more realistic way, instead of like just jumping in the middle of as many monsters as possible and like skipping half the monsters in the map. Um, if you one shot every monster in your map, combustion is good for that tier. That is true. And but what's interesting is that it's a lot easier to make it like both tanky and super strong in lower tier maps as opposed to higher tier maps, which is why I have the 3 check marks here on the tier 1, tier 2. You know, it's better. Technically, it's easier. So this is also here to let you know that yeah, this could be ranked a lot higher. Just it's situationally ranked a lot higher. That's what these check marks mean in this tier under the tier 1, tier 2 column. Combustion is just, I don't know. Don't get mad at me no matter what this is ranked, okay? This is, testing this like optimally with the procs, with the fireballs and the teleport and the, you know, the procking the combustion off the Ormus and then timing the combustion off yourself. That's fine and whatnot. It's just that like whether or not you decide to do a couple extra teleports to like min max exactly how many monsters are within your field, how much like of the map you care to even do, I don't know. It's weird. It's kind of it's wonky compared to most things. um I think no matter how you play it, it's somewhere between like B and like high A tier or S tier. And of course they buffed it a little bit this season, so that's cool. I put it S tier last season, but I tested it under the quote unquote like infinite map glitch approach. So I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. And then I think I might have also tested it with the so I actually got rid of all testing this season. All the new numbers are not tested with Infinity Iron Golem. Thank God, right? Infinity Iron Golem, while it is viable in PD2, and you can keep it alive long enough, I feel like, to, you know, to do it, especially if you get really rich. I didn't actually test any builds this season with that, and I retested the ones that I did like that last season because it, you know, I feel like it was unrealistic. This is not a super realistic approach. So that's another thing that might be different here too. We kind of got rid of some of the unrealistic approaches, and you're going to see some small differences or somewhat larger differences in the tiering of a build because of that. Does that mean that it's weak? No. No, combustion's anywhere from strong to extremely strong, depending on how you want to play it and exactly what map. Obviously, lower tiers are going to be a lot easier to execute that level of strength on for like A or S tier. But I think you guys get the idea. It's a tough skill to really pin down with a single tier. It's not easy. No Arcane Sanctuary recommendation. Charge Bolt, Chain Lightning. What do you mean? What do you mean? Chain Lightning, Charge Bolt are among the best skills for starting out. Let's go to Arcane Sanctuary. Easy. They're listed here. Good stuff. Alright. Meteor Hydra, no changes since last season. Last season, they got some good buffs, particularly the being able to get 5 Hydras with the double dragon on is really sick. Dragon shield and dragon armor. And obviously Blaze is really good for these skills because of their kind of cooldown or wind up nature to some degree. So instead of teleporting and then having the teleport debuff, just don't bother with the teleport debuff at all. And then you can become really tanky as well. So these become very safe approaches, I would say. And Meteor Hydra, you just run around with Blaze and cast Hydras and Meteor. Meteor, you can use Brimstone Rain, of course. Hydra, you use Double Dragon. Probably Ashudas on top of that. And they're very strong, very safe. They're definitely at least decent effective, right? And on the Meteor Sorc, you could even justify an Act 4 Mercenary with Infinity Staff and Amplify Damage, so that's kind of cool. Of course, on any hybrid physical fire build, I have found that Act 3 Mercenary with Static and Holy Freeze from Shattered Wall or Decrep from Exile is really good. And you could even increase the chance to cast Static on striking. You can have like Innocence and Stormlash, which is really cool. So those are also possible approaches, but obviously standard Infinity Merc, always an approach. And Hydra became solid last season. I think before last season, Hydra was like F tier. Meteor was always kind of around DC tier, but with the best testing last season, we got it up there. So they're both still very cool. Inferno is insane in lower tier maps. Once you get up to like tier 3, it's pretty rough, even with good gear. So it's pretty slow, but that's all it is. It's just a little slow. It still crushes. You could still destroy things with it. It's fun. I've done it many times on live and also done it tests. Haven't tested it in a while though, because the actual like mechanics of the skill itself or the damage hasn't changed. Yeah. No, Inferno. So Inferno is an amazing starter skill. It's listed under the starter skills for a reason. I'd say with the nerfs to a Leaf Staff the previous season, it's not quite as insane for starting out. That being said, Inferno Firewall is still insane for bossing. It's still very smooth. The amount of damage you're able to do to bosses and whatnot makes it a great farmer. And then, of course, you can map with it. Yeah, you just got to get sustain. I like doing it with Phoenix, honestly. Like, Phoenix Inferno is really fun. So, yeah, you can definitely map with it. You know, everything is possible. We always try to test with, damage in mind, right? The DPS and whatnot. Because, once again, you don't have all the corruptions in beta anyway. So tankiness is put a little bit to the wayside, but that being said, some things are easier to make tankier than others. I think Inferno has a good natural path. Yeah, exactly. Okay, so all right, so some new tests. We tested Hellslayer with Fireball synergies and Werebear, so with Fire Enchant. It works. It's nothing too fun or crazy, but I think it's a cool enough approach. Since they like rebuffed Fire Enchant this season, I decided to highlight some more enchant builds just in general. So I don't have Fire Enchant multi-shot here, but that's because the Cold Enchant one was superior. So, or at least it felt that way. So they're pretty close. They were also pretty close in performance, like Cold Enchant multiple shot, Fire Enchant multiple shot. But I do have a unique one. So with Exploding Arrow, you can get Fire Enchants. DM Machine or Kuko Shikaku, they got Exploding Arrow on them. Now it's not a super high level Exploding Arrow, so you're not gonna maybe get as many of those like new mini explosions, which are on the reworked version of Exploding Arrow this season. But those mini explosions aren't really the bulk of the damage anyway. With the fixed enchant, you're like double dipping into like fire mastery on it, and it's insane. Like even with at the end of closed beta, them like reducing the number of explosions on it because of the level of these explosion arrow, this thing is gonna crush. So yeah, check out the video on it to see how strong it can get. If for some reason you feel like it's just way weaker than it's shown, don't kill me over it, but it should still be pretty similar. To be safe though, I removed the like the handicap I gave it for potentially being like a jank Pierce build to get max Pierce. So I removed it and it just has what the numbers suggest. I did the same for the Paladin ones, so maybe they're a little underrated. Maybe they're a bit overrated, but overall they're probably pretty similar. And Exploding Arrow, Demon Machine looked really cool in the Sorceress. It was crushing tier 3s. Maybe not as strong anymore, but hey, I mean, it's pretty good. Actually, I guess with that change, maybe I should specify here that it might do better in lower tier maps. We'll have to see. That might be the safe approach there, though, for sure. So, good stuff, good stuff. Yeah, I think same on this too, honestly. Just in case we weren't able to test that, so that is what it is. Yeah, the only thing about like having Innocence plus any proc, right, is that it's gonna be like less consistent casting. So that's just a general issue with any build. So it's cool stuff though. It's cool stuff. Alright, so Vengeance, we tested that last season with the Vengeance change. I think it got nerfed slightly after it got buffed. Vengeance Sorc is a thing though, 100%. You can even go all 3 masteries, max them out, and then you have Kingslayer, the rune word that gives you Vengeance. So, and then you can have lightning damage, small charms, or actually no. Typically, I think I just went lightning mastery. Yeah, because the masteries are so strong on the Sorc. I think you have to use lightning GCs, something like that. So that is pretty cool. Yeah, there are so many insane fire builds. Yeah, for sure. Fire builds can be pretty crazy. And then, of course, this is a meme that is kind of a unique approach, just jumping into the monsters and having things die on a Sorc while being super tanky. So it's kind of slow. We haven't retested it in a while, but also nothing. I guess Shiver Armor would have given it more block chance, so it would have been even tankier. It's kind of cool. But I didn't retest it this season, though. Overall, though, you know, more conviction mercenaries as well. Just kind of unique approaches. Nothing that's been super different this season down here, though. All right, let's move on to another class. We got the Druid. So let's talk about how Season 12 Druid is performing. We've got... So Twister and Tornado did receive one change. Yes, the Corpse Explosion Necromancer build is on YouTube. One thing I should also mention is that the Fire Enchant Exploding Arrow Sorceress is also on YouTube. The Thunderstorm Sorceress is on YouTube. These are new builds this season. Now, last season, and in some recent seasons, I made videos for Blizzard, Ice Barrage, Frozen Orb, Nova, Charge Bolt last season. A lot of these. So I've also made a lot of Chain Lightning Sorceress, you know, builds in the past as well, so something you can kind of look at, even if it's not season 10, a little bit before that. So yeah, I've made so many build videos at this point, like, even though they might not be 100% exactly how they work anymore, they're pretty close. Is it still Inferno Wall Sorceress still the best way to finish normal to hell? Yes, I would say that's definitely one of the easiest ways to, just to progress through the game, not necessarily farm, but it's also good for farming too. I think Meteor is the easiest way to get past like Chaos and Ancients because it has physical and fire damage. I always found Meteor to be super simple, but yeah, I mean, I don't know, at least for getting through the whole game. When it comes to like farming those farming areas, that's why we have the best starter builds over here. That's what this is about. The starter lineup is all about rags to riches, like going from 0 with a solo progression to getting rich fast on a starter approach. That's what this is about. Not necessarily about killing Hell Bale. This is about going from 0 to hero, making your build, or getting currency for a build you want to play as fast as possible. And that's, of course, what this is all about, the ultimate farming guide. That is what that's about. So, this is the Rags to Riches ultimate guide for PD2, basically. If you guys are familiar with my Rags to Riches series on D2R, that's kind of a similar concept. So, good stuff. Okay, so back to the druid. So Twister and Tornado got buffed. They actually lower gust cooldown now upon hitting monsters, so this is really good for early game. This doesn't really affect this tier list very much, late game mapping, because it's already 0.5 seconds anyway. By the time you finish casting once or twice, you can already use gust anyways, so it doesn't really matter much. And in the end, I did retest them, and we're not seeing too much of a difference. So, or any difference at all, really. So, they're still strong. Tornado is surprisingly powerful, particularly in fortified maps. So that's really neat. It's definitely a fortified destroyer. And these builds are incredibly budget because all you really need is like plus skills and a little bit of faster cast rate. And you don't even need a ton of plus skills anymore because you can lower your gust cooldown by using them when you don't have all your points in a gust yet, when you're a bit earlier in the game. And yeah, obviously, this budget though refers to it being budget for like early maps, and that is also true. If you just get like a Wild Witch string bow, like on an Act 1 mercenary or something, um, and then just get like a little bit of FCR plus skills. Make sure you have some summons around you to protect you. You can start doing tier 1, tier 2 maps, and then tier 3 maps also, not requiring insane gear. Caster, physical, or magic builds in general tend to be cheaper. Same thing with just summon builds. They tend to be cheaper for mapping, even late game mapping, even if they're not insanely fast. Why? Because they don't have facets. Facets really change the game for expense. If you have facets that work on a build, that means that you need a 3-socketed Griffins, a 6-socketed Ming Song to really get the damage on the build. But if you can get the damage with just some skills and maybe, plus skill corruptions can be a little expensive, but they're nothing compared to that. Plus the facets, because you don't have facets on plus skill Shaco. I mean, you don't go facets. Facets don't do anything. There are no facets that do anything. So you can go Magic Finder. You can go defensive stats. It's just easy. They're just cheaper in general. They're cheaper to get to that same level of power. That's why you'll see a lot more budget check marks on the Druid, because a lot more of these skills have higher damage, like Molten Boulder or Volcano. So you don't necessarily need Infinity to make them work, because they just have a lot of different types of damage. And so you're not only reliant upon that one type of damage to crush through the map. Or Tornado and Twister, once again, a physical cast ability that doesn't require either a super expensive weapon or, tons of facets, because it's a caster physical ability. So these things are a lot easier to get to endgame mapping a lot faster. Arctic Blast Hurricane. Arctic Blast Hurricane, no change, but it did drop, I think, a third of a tier just because the bell curve brings some builds down. That didn't change. It's still in the top 15. This build is absolutely bonkers. They even fixed some small channeling bugs with Arctic Blast and Inferno this season, so maybe they're maybe feeling a little bit better. I guess they feel a little bit better, right? But it's not like a change to their DPS or anything. They just don't feel like sometimes they're doing like no damage or something. Like there's some weird bugs, so they fixed those. So they're even better this season. But that being said, like Arctic Blast has crazy damage, like 100k DPS. It's 100k damage on the sheet, man. Like sheet damage, it's stupid. The Hurricane just freezes everything and kills everything too. So, um, yeah, it's really fast. I think the only thing that limits this is the speed of the channeling and the teleporting. That's about it. It's the only thing that maybe makes it not like one of the very top builds, but I would still put it in the top 15 though. This build's crazy strong. You can't even kill like Declan with it, so it's strong. It's definitely very strong. All right. Let's see. Molten Boulder. Alright, so Molten Boulder hasn't changed, so it's a physical fire hybrid build. You can still do it. I don't know. I think it's probably still about where it's at. You can argue maybe it could even be closer to A tier, because maybe with retesting. I should retest it with the Act 3 Merc, I'd say, next season. Even if it doesn't get a change, because it hasn't been retested for a little bit. But overall, it's got solid speed at the very least. It lacks AoE and some damage compared to Fissure and Volcano, and it stops if it's hit by a large monster, so it's got a couple of weaknesses. It's not quite as just piercing and dealing damage to everything that Fissure and Volcano are, but overall, very strong no matter what. So those are good to go. One thing to note, of course, is that on a hybrid physical fire build, you don't really need conviction, but if you have Infinity Staff Amp Merc, you can run that. But that's like for a max damage approach, maybe for group mapping. If you're not doing that for solo, the Act 3 Static Field Mercenary drops monster HP by enough when you're teleporting or gusting on the Druid, and to where like the raw damage of some of these skills can just easily finish off the monsters even faster. This is why. Okay. This is why. Now, Fissure got buffed too, by the way. So Fissure actually, I think, came up a bit number-wise because it actually got more synergy damage. It actually feels a lot stronger. And I didn't use the weird meme approach that caused you to take too much damage either. So no unrealistic tests this time. We try to remove them from every build that includes Fissure. And so this is Fissure, raw Fissure with actual Fissure on the Druid with the buff. And it's actually performing pretty solid, like A-, really good. But one thing we should probably move on to, though, is a Volcano. So let's talk about why Volcano went from A+ to S+. So Volcano's been known to be a top 15 build the last 2 seasons. It's been on my tier list as a top 15 build, almost top 10 build, I think, in season 10, or I think it might have been in the top 10 in season 10. I don't remember. It's been up there though. Why is it number 1 this season though? A lot of people would probably be wondering that. Well, it put up my highest MPM in cows ever, and that's above Hammerden now. Hammerden's now 2nd place. Yes, Blessed Hammer. That's I'm not joking. Blessed Hammer is crazy, but, some people don't like it because it reminds them of LOD and the time they spent playing that every day, day in and day out. They got sick of it for an entire lifetime, and they swore off the build for good. But still, it must be said that it's very strong in this mod still. That being said, the Volcano beat even that in Blood Moon, just that map, right? Not comparing all 3 maps, but just that map. What I did differently to tier it differently to get better scores on it was I casted it in front of me more consistently than on top of me. And I was getting, as I was teleporting, so I was getting a little bit more coverage of this skill. This is like a mechanics thing that I didn't really grasp would actually improve your MPM, but it did. Another interesting thing that we changed was instead of using an Act 4 Merc for the amplified damage and the conviction for both the fire and the physical, I changed to an Act 3 Mercenary. Now, the Act 3 Mercenary helped in quite a few ways. One, Decrepify actually does lower physical resistance by quite a bit, too. It's pretty good. And on the Exile, it's a decent level. And so if you proc that with Innocence, and then you get the Static Field as well, you lower their health to where everything dies pretty much instantly. And Volcano's damage is insane. Insane. Absolutely busted. Okay. And so they nerfed, believe it or not, this season, they even nerfed it. And I tested. They even nerfed it by 1% all the synergies, and it doesn't matter. Even with that nerf, it is still crazy. The coverage of this ability is nuts. It has crazy AoE. And so Act 3 Merc also has crazy AoE with static and decrypt, so it keeps up with it. And it allows you to teleport directly into the monsters too. And if you on top of that even go like Steel Carapace and Sigurds with the right corruptions, if you had that on live, the survivability would have been even better than what I was able to test. So I had to test the damage so I could like maintain the damage for the kill speed. But like crazy stuff. So we just tested it better. This was definitely a case where myself and then chat, we came together to find a better way to potentially test the build. So now it went from just top 10, top 15 to arguably top 3. Obviously, you can't say for sure whether or not it's the very best build. It's way within the margin of error compared to some other builds, but it's definitely top 5. This build is crazy. Volcano just has nutty coverage. Can you start Volcano? Yeah, you can. And that's the thing, is that it actually has some budget potential, even in early maps, because it's physical fire. So you don't have to worry about getting a lot of like fire pierce, for instance, because it just has a lot of raw physical damage. And physical, by the way, is also easier to get negative res for, because you can just get a cheap source of amp from a mercenary. It's a lot easier to even get that than even lower resist from pus spitter. So yeah, which is a lot less consistent. So this is just another case of like the test got improved, and so the result now is where it should be. So even with the nerfs to Volcano, that tells me, by the way, that with optimal gameplay last season, this should have been maybe far and away the best build, or at least competing with it. So now it's just like kind of tied with some other insane builds like Nova and other things. But it's up there for sure. And at least the raw number is the highest one, so that's why it's number 1. But keep in mind though that, you know, when it comes to being within the same tier, you know, comparing an S plus to another S plus, if you're within the same third of a tier, you're within the margin of error, in my opinion, like confidence interval wise, and it's kind of hard to say for sure whether or not it's number 1. It's up there for sure. It's definitely up there. It's up there, and it's incredibly strong. So Volcano is one of the strongest builds in the game. Definitely recommend checking out that static field decrep merc for optimization. I wouldn't say that version is budget, but a version where you just use like some kind of amp mercenary is, and then you can still clear maps pretty fast. So, and I think one of the things that makes this skill so ridiculous is you can cast it literally on the edge of your screen, and it will cast on the edge of your screen. You can put it anywhere, and this is what I mean by like you could cast it way out in front of you. And then when you teleport there and get the decrep, everything just instantly dies. Like on the whole screen, because it just has that much AoE. And then you teleport to the next screen and it's the same thing. So Druid with excellent mobility on top of insane AoE is going to make a skill like this go pretty nuts. Also having hybrid damage, nothing can tank it. So that's another thing too. Crazy advantages for sure. But you know, I'll be the first to admit that was not optimally tested last season as well as it could have been, which is why instead of getting a top 5 rating, we get a top 15 rating last time. So this is where you know, optimizing and getting better at testing things, and this is why retesting every season will make the list better, because it just keeps improving due to just more iterations of more variations of builds and more tests. That's all it is. And so that's all. That's our goal. That's what we strive for. We strive to make it better. It can never be 100% perfect. No such thing. A third of a tier is within the margin of error easily every time. Even 2/3 of a tier is definitely give or take. You can have some weird map variability even from stats we don't avoid. You know, it's just how it goes. But we try to keep retesting and testing to get the best results on each build so that when we do get a better result, we can explain why it happened. So on Volcano, that's why. It's why we got consistently, and by the way, I tested it multiple times to confirm the results using the new approaches. The new approaches are just superior. And that's how it goes. Oh, I do. I have created guides for max roll. All my guides are on D2R. I don't know if you know that, but I have tons of build guides on D2R for max roll. So, yeah. I do. Lots of good build guides on max roll. You're a D2R fan. This is like the max roll for PD2, right? But max roll doesn't do PD2, so this is like the solo max roll I guess mission. This is the mission I'm on, you know. This is what I do, right? So people interested in this kind of like iteration of the game, that's really cool. No, they have not embraced PD2. It's just not enough players, I guess. They probably don't think it's worth it. They're going for website traffic, right? That's what matters, so it is what it is. Anyway, down to shapeshifting tree. Shockwave was buffed last season. The main thing that limits Shockwave, even though it's still solid and it's decent, we gotta say that it really is. And it performs way better, by the way, even in tier 2 maps or tier 1 maps because of less monster HP. But the main thing that limits it is that you're in bear form ultimately. And obviously you can have Vigor Mercenary with Amp and all that so that you can run faster, and you can use Hunger so you can run faster and all that stuff. But you're ultimately running at the monster and then standing perfectly still to cast a Shockwave in a cone. And the AoE isn't always like perfectly reliable either. So like it's a little sluggish, I guess, in terms of just the mechanics of the skill. And that's really what it comes down to. It doesn't mean it's a bad skill. Actually, what's crazy about Shockwave is, I mean, there's a reason why you got two check marks on hardcore here and in the lower tier maps, but also in hardcore, because you can make that bear insanely tanky. You could make it to where you run through any map and nothing can kill you. So, and keep in mind, this is tier 3 map performance. So, like I said, obviously, 2 check marks here means it performs better in lower tiers. So keep that in mind, that it's not performing the same in lower tiers, it's performing better in lower tiers. So, yeah, that's good. Same would be 1 check mark, so good stuff. Now, one very rare build that performs, I'd say, objectively worse in lower tier maps is Rabies. And that's partially because Blood Moon doesn't exist in lower tier maps, but also density just goes down, right? Because you lose density. You really need density super bad on this build in lower tier maps. And it's not like Lightning Fury as well, where the damage might be lacking due to bad rolls, so you can't really justify that either. Rabies just will kill everything no matter what. So because you always have plenty of damage and you need density, lower tier maps are just bad. So try to get to tier 3 maps as fast as possible. That's just how it goes. You just want damage, you just run tier 3 maps in Rabies. But yeah, Rabies you can make super cheap too. Super tanky as well, because it always uses a shield, and you can get just tons of DR. Like Storm Shield is a very common option on Rabies, and you still do crazy damage, so it's just naturally super tanky. It's really good. And then obviously it's a density killer, so definitely no fortified. But yeah, I think you guys get the idea though on that. Rabies is still insane though, no changes, not retested this season. Rabies just still puts up crazy numbers. It's always been between like A+ and S+, like for the last, I don't know, 7 seasons. So I'd say though, like overall, because it has to run at things to some extent instead of like teleporting at things, it's gonna be a little slower than some of the very top approaches. Still a top 15 mapper though. Still easily a top 15 mapper. Super clean top 15 mapper rabies. Top 15, top 20. Anything that's A plus here, that's not S minus, so it's not here. It's not in the top 10. A plus builds are like top 20, top 25. All those builds are like crazy. When you build them right, so rabies is insane. I think just like all poison builds though, a lot of people don't like that. They might not like the component to where you have to go back and pick up loot because you're not killing them in real time. The poison kills them behind you. But I don't judge builds based on that though. I don't. Because you might only be looking for high runes at a certain point, or like only super rare items, and you just leave most of the crap on the ground. I mean, who am I to say you're not using you're not on tier 10 loot filter? Hardly hardly showing anything, just filtering at almost every item. You're just running around looking for those few items. Well, in that case, rabies is super insane. So it just depends on your situation, right? That could be a downside to poison builds, but that's not something that I account for in my numbers or my tiering. So there can be a downside to that, though. You keep in mind. These many spreadsheets is clinically unhealthy. The spreadsheet's clinically unhealthy guy is back. Awesome. Cute, it's good stuff. Have you tested season 12 teeth? No, there are 0 changes to teeth in season 12. There are also 0 damage changes to it in the late game, at least in season 11 as well. So those builds were last changed in season 10 significantly, and that's the last time they were changed. You still have solid numbers from season 10, so good stuff. Poison doesn't scale in groups, so you're not useful if you want to play 8-man. It stacks though. It does. So if you have like 8 poison builds, the poison stacks on top of each other. So that's kind of interesting. But you are right that poison as a solo venture isn't necessarily that great in an 8-man. You are right about that. So yeah, poison has some real weaknesses. Obviously, some Uber bosses too have been changed even this season. During their invincible phases, they can no longer poison no longer applies. So like poison's been kind of nuked in a lot of ways against the pinnacle bosses as well. So I mean, there's obviously lots of weaknesses. We're talking about mapping here, obviously, but like I mean, you can look at the bossing builds as well. But I think you guys get the right idea. You guys get the idea anyway. We did retest Fireclaw using Hellrack and the new bolts. Yeah. I think the Bannerlord's Call with some fire facets, so we did test that approach. It did appear to actually perform a little better, actually. So Fire Claws, I think, got a tiny bit better this season. I really like the Hellrack with the 5 fire facets, or sorry, the Shale Runes for attack speed, and then Blood Fist or Steel Rend for melee splash, and then you use just like Bannerlord's the Bannerlord's bolts for the plus skills. That was kind of interesting, actually. So we tried a new Fireclaw approach this season, and we retested it. You can see here it's been retested this season, and I believe we got slightly better numbers if I remember right. Either that or it was about the same, but one way or the other, it's pretty close. I mean, it's just a decent build overall. I'd say the one thing that's a little uninspiring about Fireclaws is that maybe it doesn't last to the ground as long as it could. Maybe the AoE doesn't go quite as far as it could. And maybe it doesn't do as much damage as it could. Even with infinity and lots of negative enemy fire facets, which is why it's C tier. So Maybe the mobility isn't quite as high either, because once again, you're a shapeshifter, but you know, you still run around pretty fast as a wolf, so barrel rage is really insane. You obviously get vigor aura on top of that with rabies. You know, there's things that can make you really insane. Rabies, you know, vigor aura, pus spitter, that kind of stuff, and fire claws. You got infinity as well. There is a boss tier list on the side. Yeah, so this is something I've been trying to emphasize throughout this video this time, is that guys, this isn't just the late game mapping tier list for tier 3 maps. There are literally like other cool things about the maps and about grouping builds and just other tier list statistics over here. If you go further to the right, there's the starter lineup, which has everything to do with going from rags to riches on the starter builds, literally starting the game with nothing and doing the LOD areas and farming them and grinding them. Things like Travangle and Chaos. This is what these builds do well. We even made a guide for that as well over here. But this is literally the starter builds. This is not about mapping in the late game. This is about starter builds. So we got starter builds over there. We've got Uber builds. We got Lucian, Rathma, and Declone recommended killers as well, which is the result of painstaking research. And there you go. Lots of research, changes maybe in the patch notes as well that foreshadow things that are going to be really strong. Maybe some things aren't fully accurate here because some things are a little subjective. It's kind of hard to quantify these, so it's hard to know also how much certain changes might impact like a tier 2 kill, for instance, because you can't test those in the beta. You were able to test tier 0 kills, which I did do on a few builds, so that was kind of interesting. But that's about it. Anyway, so Fury in general, pretty much the same deal. I guess you can go those like physical pierce bolts and Bariza though on Wolf Fury, which is kind of neat. I think I tried that out and it wasn't that impressive though. So it was about, I think it was a little bit worse than just using like a Hellslayer or a Measuresmiths or a I guess the new Tomb Reaver this season too, because Tomb Reaver's improved among other things. So yeah, I mean, these ones, you know, we got some fortified mappers, Bear and Fury here. Nothing too crazy though. They're definitely a little bit on the slow side as you're just running at monsters and killing them, and it's not like Splash is like as crazy AoE as most builds. So, but it doesn't mean they're not consistent. And you can still run like damage auras on the mercenary. You can run. I definitely like that on shapeshifters because you're not teleporting the mercenary in, so it's better to get probably your amplified damage off of yourself if you're going to use that, among other approaches. And yeah, it's good. Twister Proc Fury, no change to this build this season. That's going to make it crazy. If you don't know what this is when you max out your Twister synergies on your gear, or sorry, on your skill tree, and then you put on 2 carrying winds and a wind hammer, and then you have maximum chance to cast Twister when striking. You put on Innocence and you run directly into packs of monsters and strike them. Not only will they proc when you strike, but it'll just proc when the monsters get near you as well. I really like Act 5 Mercenary with Cyclopean Roar and Gavel on this, or Vile Husk for the amp proc as well. And then you just have both Innocence on yourself and the Mercenary if you can afford it. And he procs all the negative res, physical res auras, and you just run into the monsters with these items on, and it's really fun. I made a video on this, I believe, in season 10. I believe it's pretty cool to watch. Actually, it's definitely a sight to behold. It's nothing too crazy though in terms of performance. It's a little slow, but it's really fun, and you know it's solid enough. Okay, so Bear multiple shot Maul Demon Machine. Yeah, so couple of these things. So down here we got some nerfs. This is why the numbers might be lower than last season, as you might remember. I think they might even be here in terms of... No, they didn't make it quite there. Honorable mentions, though. Honorable mentions. They fell off a bit. Maul got some heavy nerfs, so it hurt its mapping ability a bit, but it definitely hurt its bossing ability a little bit as well, which is probably the intent, because Maul is too dominant for pinnacle bossing on the Druid. Just too much life and too much damage. It still has too much life, but maybe the damage is a bit less. So it'll be a little tougher maybe to tier 2 with it, but it's still going to be very strong. Anyway, we've got multiple shot Maul, of course, as well. So Demon Machine was nerfed from 15 to 10% proc chance for multiple shot. That's definitely going to hurt something like Bear procking it, because if you got to proc it by slapping versus like Strafe, that's going to be a lot worse. Even then, Strafe is going to proc it less, and even then, you're also going to see less procs on something like Green Goblin as well, to some extent, which we'll go over when we go over the Necromancer. But suffice it to say, these builds did get objectively worse for mapping. I tested them, and they felt worse, even with the same gear and similar gear options across the board, and it's difficult, it seems, to replicate the damage output. That's like a third of a chance less to proc, so it becomes a lot less consistent, so it's not great. They dropping down a little bit, but that doesn't mean you still can't do it. It's slow, but it's doable. I did it, and it was fun, but it's definitely very slow. No changes to summons at all this season. You know, after all those fun changes the last 2 seasons, particularly the last season, particularly like 2 seasons ago as well, nothing going on. So no changes to the numbers, and not really any changes to the tiering either. What it really comes down to is summoners are incredibly budget, even for late game mappers. You really don't need much except for like plus skills and maybe a source of amp and maybe some damage ores, which you can just get off of the mercenary native in a lot of cases. Is it not fast? Yeah, it's not fast. Does it do way better in like lower tier maps? Definitely. Until you get like high level gear. So, you know, both of those indicators are definitely there, and we show you as such. So that is what is going on. 4 bears of the Den Mother, or just all summons generic with more wolves, as was the case, made the case last season. Either way, I think I even have a video for Summoner from last season or season 10 or something, so it's really cool. Shows off the Summoner, but ultimately, just suffice it to say, it is the same build. Nothing changing this season. Still decent for late game mapping, but I wouldn't consider it a top mapper in the late game. Still, obviously, very crazy starting builds. So, for starting out the season, so that's fine. But they do have some really strong. They have some pretty strong attributes. Obviously, being very good at budget, very good at hardcore because you don't really need to get hit, and crushing game for the most part. It was tested, yeah. Fire Golem was tested with 4 pieces of pre-buff, but technically you could have gone down to 2 pieces pre-buff, or even 0 if I just like put on the pieces of gear before re-entering the game. So there is that aspect as well. Poison Creeper, just resummoning the Poison Creepers on top of the monsters. What can I say? It's really good. It's a solid approach no matter what. It's almost A tier. That's how fast those poison creepers shred the monsters when you get enough plus skills. Do keep in mind only plus skills work on poison creeper though. No percent damage for snapshotting is gonna work on poison creeper, unlike the fire golems, which is interesting, but true. So do keep that in mind though, and that these are very, very, very strong. Oh, interesting. You got someone in the chat saying Poison Creeper can potentially be stronger than this. It says that if you have Breath of the Dying Merc, it stacks with the poison from the Poison Creeper in one shots on tellies. Does it have large AoE though? Have you tested like monsters per minute on that? I've never seen that approach. I've never heard of that approach either. See, people like you gotta come during closed beta and suggest some builds, man. I've never tried. I'll admit I've never tried Breath of the Dying Mercenary on a Poison Creeper for a poison stacking. That's interesting. This was like a standard approach using, lure resist, like rapture mercenary, that kind of thing, for tanking so that you don't die, and teleporting around and casting Poison Creeper on the monsters and insta killing them anyway. You could telly the whole map without stopping almost. Interesting. So you mean like the Poison Nova on striking? I mean, so you're saying instead of like spawning the Poison Creeper, the thing is though, is that doesn't really. I remember from testing this that the Poison Creepers wouldn't always they wouldn't always just reset and then poison the monsters. So I don't know how Breath of the Dying would always work there. It sounds like it's inconsistent. I like to see numbers on that though. I I like to see numbers on that. Maybe get some numbers for that. It could be interesting. See what this is. This is worm resummoning, right? Um, so this is worm resummoning. So this is like teleporting and resummoning the worm. I guess that's why this is specified here. This approach is B plus. But if you have another approach that uses, I guess some kind of poison stacking mechanic to one-shot mobs, it sounds interesting. Yeah. So this approach is B plus, but if you're not even resummoning the worms and you're teleporting around, it sounds a lot more like Fire Golem actually. Interesting. I don't know. I'd like to see numbers for something that isn't resummoning the worm. That's true. I've never tested that though. That's a cool comment in the chat. See, we always getting people coming with some interesting ideas for like next closed beta or something. And maybe I can get another approach on the druid here that's not worm resummoning, but worm poison stack smashing with it somehow. I don't know. I know that poison stacks now from different sources, so that is kind of interesting. I don't know. Maybe it works pretty well. Why does it get a better grade with worse checks? These check marks indicate fortify, budget, hardcore, or whether or not it's better in lower tier maps. I'm going solo self-out hardcore. Yeah, I'm probably starting Necromancer. All right. Anyway, so yeah, that's pretty cool. Just reporting that these builds are still the same in terms of how they perform in the standard way. If there's some kind of secret build with this, I don't know. It'd be interesting to check out. Actually, no one's ever suggested some kind of like Poison Creeper Breath of the Dying synergy. That's interesting. But it just goes to show you how many possibilities there are in this mod. And no matter how much testing you can do, there's always like other things that could potentially work. So more ideas for next time. I like to have more ideas. Currently it's not on the list, but hey, we could do it, right? We could do it. I think everything that's actually on the list this time has actually like been tested really well at this point. Like this season I'm like really confident in a lot of these, but hey, that one's like almost all of these I would say. That one's really cool though. That one's a cool idea. All right. Um Are the goods here? Yep, man. The goods for the new season are here. Something like that. The results of the testing are in. All right, so let's see here. Let's go with the assassin. So I think a lot of people want to hear about the assassin. The assassin's got some pretty crazy things going on. So we got tons of changes on the assassin, and some that are heavy mechanics changes, like big, heavy mechanics changes. So basically we got like Chain Lightning Sentry being buffed in a similar way to Chain Lightning, and that actually was way more impactful for this because it was so trash to begin with. It had a lot of room to grow, so now it's C+. And pretty much still using like the similar claws, similar other things, similar things of that nature, but yeah, I mean, I don't know, you could use like +5 claws, +6 claws, whatever. And you have the Conviction Mercenary, you've got Infinity Mercenary, pretty similar stuff, and it's actually crushing tier 3 maps to some degree. Not only that, but the damage is such, once again, maybe it's a bit less consistent in tier 3 maps, but it's still way more consistent in tier 3s, or sorry, in tier 2s, tier 1s. And then on top of that, it just seemed really safe as well. So the damage was actually there now. Like, it felt like instead this went from F-, I believe, C+, I could be wrong. No, D-, yeah, it was really bad. And now it's actually pretty solid. Pretty solid. I'd say Chain Lightning Sentry is actually not bad to map with anymore, but it's still not insane or anything. So feels like it might be still lacking a little bit of that damage. Charge Bull Sentry was changed last season, was tested last season. It's trash. It is hot garbage, extremely slow. That being said, you can still clear a map with it. It's just slow. I think a lot of it really just comes down to like maybe it's not just like piercing ability, but it's like projectile speed and like how the mechanics of the skill work, because otherwise maybe it would be a little bit better. It's hard to say. Hard to say. Alright, anyway, we got Shockweb. So Shockweb, it's got a bit of a cooldown, so you kind of have to just throw it down and then run, or a Dragonfly, throw it down again. And surprisingly, it's not terrible whether you do Fortify or non-Fortify, but it's, I don't know, it's a little hit or miss, not constantly killing things. Because of the, like, in-between nature of it, you could be killed within that. But I'd say Shockweb is maybe a lot better paired with something like Fire Blast. So you could actually make a pretty, like, decent hybrid build to some extent. Like you have Shockweb plus like Fire Blast plus other things. Plus like Death Sentry, and then you can make like a dungeon build basically. You can make something that actually crushes tier 4s to a pretty solid degree. Okay. And so we got Wake of Fire. Wake of Fire got a buff. Wake of Fire got some of its AoE back, 25% more coverage. It didn't seem like it affected the numbers all that much. That being said, I think that's because probably we were able to get like similar coverage with it. Also, it probably, I think it did gain a bit, it just didn't drop because of the overall, like, a lot of builds being rated a bit higher. That being said, A tier build Wake of Fire is insanely strong. There are just things that can fly through maps a lot faster than that now, which is actually kind of crazy to think. But it's still up there, though. It's still up there, and Wake of Fire is, it feels better than ever. It's probably way better as a starting skill now, given the buff, so try it out. Fire Blast, interestingly enough, we actually did retest it this season because last season they did a buff to it we couldn't test at the end of the season. I think it was like an open beta or something, so I retested it, and yeah, it's a lot stronger. Shockweb OP, summon Shockweb, Sin owns. Like what? Like three shadows, and then you they all cast Shockweb. That should be fun. I actually, some of these approaches, it'd be kind of interesting to get some interesting numbers on these. I'm getting some more ideas, I think, for next time though. So you definitely test these. I don't know, Crack. Let me know if you have any numbers at all for any of these things. So some of you guys are really passionate about some of these like alternative approaches or like these more meme approaches, but they might not be a meme. I don't know. Maybe they're not a meme. You never know. Maybe they're not a meme for bossing or just one specific task, but they do them really well. I'm always gathering more information and more data on like builds, like things that people might be interested in testing. So, yeah, I mean that's the thing is a lot of these like alternative approaches seems like it should clap and whatnot, but you know, I don't know. I do know that like summons being able to like shadow warriors summoning things can get around cooldowns, so that's an interesting idea. I don't know how practical that is. I know it works on Mind Blast, for instance, but how many other things it works on? I think I tested it on some other skills, but not on every skill when it came out last season, so I don't know. That's actually one I don't think I've tested, so maybe there's something to it. Maybe there's not. For this one, we just teleported around and casted Shockweb, on its 1 second cooldown every time we'd throw it out, and it would kill a lot of things. But there might be ways to get more coverage with it. Who knows? Or maybe it's just for single target. They throw it in one spot, and then you just get crazy single target damage. There is next hit delay, though, so I don't know. We'll have to see. That's always the problem, I feel like, with the shadows. It's actually kind of a tragedy, is that the Whispering Mirage builds, the shadows can add damage, but in a lot of cases they don't, because like you're casting them on top of what the shadows are casting, like simultaneously. And so there's something in the game called next hit delay, which is like it's like a timer for the thing to be able to deal damage after already being hit by the same ability. So it's a little I know they removed it or they like changed it on a bunch of things, but there's still a lot of things that still have it. So I don't know. Should be very interesting. Yeah. Oh no, I've tried Shockweb with Death Sentry. Yeah, that's kind of cool. Death Sentry, of course. Um, it's always a fun approach, but yeah. Anyway, so we actually did retest Death Sentry. So Death Sentry got retested. Oh yeah, so they directly buffed this thing, like synergy wise and AoE wise. So that's a huge mechanics change too. And so because of that, Death Sentry is obviously a good grouping approach, group maps and whatnot, particularly if you're not flying through the map. Um, Something like a dungeon or something gets killed pretty hard by Death Sentry, getting that extra damage on the mobs and whatnot. But there is a solo approach to make Death Sentry really solid, which is where your mercenary will proc Desecrate to get out corpses using Viper Fort. So you jump into the monsters with Death Sentry, and then you cast the Death Sentry, and It blows up the mobs. It does, it does. So you just Dragonflight in, cast Death Sentry, the Merc will have automatically proc the Desecrate at that point, and you blow up the mobs. It's a little, it can be a little clunky sometimes, but overall, I mean, the speed is undeniable. The monster kills are undeniable. Hitting B tier now for the first time. I believe it was hitting C before. Really solid build that. Solo Death Sentry Desecrate stuff on the Assassin now. It's a really fun build. It's a really unique build as well. I think I have a video on it from a previous season. I don't remember exactly when, but yeah, I think I made one on that. So that one was really cool. Okay, so we've got Blade Fury and Blade Sentinel to talk about. So nerfs. Huge nerfs, guys. Big, giant, cratering nerfs. However, despite that, alright. Now you can argue I underrated this last season, Blade Fury, and I think you'd probably be right. But even if I didn't or did, it's kind of hard to say because Reapers ended up being like, I mean, I tested Reapers, but then I tested without it, and it got mixed results. This season, though, I would just use, like, Reapers is just outperforming everything. It already was because Claw and Dagger Mastery doesn't work on Blade Fury. They didn't change it in the patch notes either, so it still doesn't work, I imagine. So, like, Reaper's Toll is pretty insane still, though. Getting that amp on everything and just crushing it, it's actually pretty crazy. I don't know, I was still crushing with Blade Fury, even after all those nerfs. And same thing with Blade Sentinel, which you can actually use the claws on, but you don't have to. Obviously, you can use the full weapon damage. Either way, both of these skills really crush and face different scenarios. Of course, you do got to keep in mind that you can't go too crazy on the offensive potential because of survivability, but you have so much sustain on them too. Blade Fury, you just life leech back up to full instantly just by hitting like a few monsters on the screen. The blades go absolutely everywhere. It's crazy. So despite all those nerfs, the numbers were retested and it's still hitting at least A tier. So it's up there. It's up there. Well, it's actually interesting. You can. So in the data sheet, I believe the Throne of Insanity was tested versus Phlegethon, and I believe it performed better in Throne than Phlegethon, which is rare on most builds. And I think it's because of the walls, so it is actually kind of interesting. It's funny that you mentioned that. Definitely interesting that you mentioned that for sure. And then, yeah, so, like, even with all those nerfs and whatnot, there's still some very powerful standard approaches on both of those. So, really good stuff. Alright. So, big nerfs, but still big results. But where the real fun begins on the Assassin, if we're being honest, is the martial arts tree. Wow. So, they changed Stalker's Call. Stalker's Call no longer has the iron grip of tyranny around the martial builds. Stalker's Call was the Dragonflight cooldown reduction, which, because most martial builds could get a ton of damage pretty easily, you always wanted to use Stalker's Call so that you could chain to the next pack as fast as possible. And that's how you would min-max these builds. Is that, once again, it's all about mobility, right? So if you can min-max the mobility on any of these builds, it's good. This is why trap builds often use Enigma, like Wake of Fire, for instance. Because there's no Pierce on traps in PD2. Pierce doesn't work on traps in PD2. You just want plus skills and percent damage. Well, plus skills on the Enigma plus teleport means you could get more coverage on Wake of Fire. That's just how you test that. But like, if you if we account for martial builds though, the fact you can get 1 second Dragonflight on soft points, level, I think it's level 24. Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's a big thing for Fury, by the way. This is why it's no longer as good of a starting approach. That's why I took it down a lot of pegs on the starters, on the Assassin, because you need projectile pierce, chance to pierce to get Fury to crush, but you can still get it to crush though. Going back to Fury there, to Blade Fury. Anyway, so no yawning, not yet. Anyways, so martial builds are kind of crazy because of that, because now you have freedom of claws. Now it's not just about that one claw that gives the dragon flight reduction. Now you can get 1 second without it because it no longer has it anyway. And you can choose to just dump as much damage into these skills you possibly can on a 1 second cooldown. And so you no longer have to make a choice like on Cobra Strike. And I think that's why Cobra Strike became one of the top builds in the game this season, because ultimately there is always the choice between you get the cooldown on the Stalker's Skulls, or you just lose a massive amount of damage from wearing double plague or something similar. So looking like Jon Snow now with the cloak. Cobra Strike, log in. Yeah, dude, Cobra Strike, Fartson, whatever you call it. I made a video on this one. This one is a brand new video. Check it out. Holy crap. That shit slaps. Damn. Damn. Is Blizzard shotgun bosses? I don't know if I'd call that a shotgunning, but it's a lot more reliable in damaging them. I don't know if shotgunning is the right term for that, but I mean, I guess to some extent. Not hard to say though. But yeah, definitely the case. 110%. Whoa. Oh, looks like the stream bump. That's crazy. Well, anyway, I guess I'll keep making the video for the sake of that. But anyway. Oh my goodness, that's crazy actually. Oh, it's fixed, maybe. Oh, that's freaking weird. Okay. Yeah, looks like we're back. Looks like we're fine. What was that? That's that was super random. Okay. Anyway, wow. Okay, anyway, so yeah, apparently the stream just randomly cut out like for I don't know, 30 seconds there. That's just literally completely cut out. Interesting. Alright, anyway, so all of these martial abilities were massively buffed by this. Like, you can get damage claws and everything. Fist of Fires is using 2 Fire Looter's Talons. Cobra Strike is using 2 Plagues. Phoenix Strike, all the lightning damage you want. You know, you could use a Plague plus Bartex, the 3 lightning facets, and go second charge. That's how you do Phoenix Strike. You go to the second charge and you get the lightning, and the AoE is insane. That's why Phoenix Strike is so crazy. But see, Phoenix Strike always had the damage, even with Stalker's Cull, to justify that, both the damage and the AoE, and that's why it always held dominance. But now that all these other builds can get crazy power, and Blades of Ice was even directly buffed for the most part. Claws of Thunder, not really, but a little bit. Fist of Fire, not at all this season. But it doesn't matter because, you know, between the Fire Ring on that, Claws of Thunder's Lightning Ring, the Blades of Ice, Veil Novas, these abilities just are insanely strong. All these abilities, every single one, insanely strong. Yeah, sorry guys about that. GG. Hello, how you doing? Yeah, these are crazy. So it's not a Whirlwind Assassin. In PD2 it's called Blade Dance. We haven't gotten to that yet though. Where can you find the link to this? It's right there. Abaddon just posted it. I'll be putting the link on all my videos as well, and yeah, check it out. Anyway. So we've got all these martial abilities just crushing now, because you could get 1 second dragon flight cooldown without the use of double stalker coal. And that means there's all these other defensive options too, like the fact that you can get block from chilling armor. You can get the block from chilling armor, right? You get the block rate, block chance, whichever it is, and then you get literally even more defense, and you can use that on Blades of Ice, and it's got negative cold res and all the other fun stuff too. And then it absolutely crushes too. So you get all these insane damage boosts because you can still hit the 1 second and still get the damage. So all these builds just look so much better. And not only that, but they're now all like well within the top 20 builds. Like all 5 of these, the fact that these 5 builds basically make up 25% of the top 20 tells you everything you need to know about how strong Martial Sin is this season. I've said that in previous seasons, and I say how it keeps getting stronger, but now it's really true. Tiger Strike is still garbage for the most part, you know, except in fortified maps to some extent. Yeah. You might need to reload the stream. Reloading is good. Hey, thank you so much for the Prime, Alyon. It's a ton of work. Hell yeah. It's a ton of work, and it's way more work testing. You know, we test 60 to 70 hours every season, and those testing sessions compound upon each other every season for better results, more accurate results, and more coverage of builds too every season. So we get more builds and more build approaches. As we test more things, as more people bring to the table or things that we can test, as I think of things that would be interesting to test. All these things are interesting. Yeah, starting it's really hard to go wrong as a starter on the assassin. That being said, the assassin class itself doesn't really have the best starters because they're not talking about ultra high mobility, so it's not like you can boss in LOD content. It's even a bit slower in terms of its execution for things like Chain Lightning, Lightning Sentry versus like Lightning Strike on an Amazon when it comes to Arcane. It's got a lot of what we call very safe, solid, consistent starting builds. And builds that will always work. And that includes practically any of these. And you could do this with budget claws, budget gear. Assassin is just very consistent. Doesn't necessarily have the fastest like rags to riches farmers, not necessarily. Especially this season now with the Blade Fury requiring Pierce, it's a little bit more problematic for starting out. It's still very possible though, which is why it's still on that list, but yeah, it's 100% the case though. You always learn. Yeah, no, for sure. New build and damage approaches during the closed beta testing. Yeah, there's always a lot to potentially learn from that, right? Lots of potential, a lot of potential things, and I'm always learning from chat too about how to like min max a build. This is why we've gotten so many builds more right, like particularly like I'd say Volcano and Fire Golems, very impactful. The chat was for min maxing testing those, so yeah. Now, Dragon Tail and Talon. Dragon Tail and Talon never really had an easy way to get to 1 second to begin with, and because it one shots the mobs, even in fortified maps, because you just get 40,000 plus damage, it's crazy. With the negative fizz res, negative fire res, plus skills, off weapon ED, weapon damage, so the damage stat on Asterians. Dragon Tail Talon is crazy. So the fact that it got a 1 second Dragonflight cooldown and you don't even have to use a single Stalker's Skull, even though you would normally not go 2 to begin with, makes it really crazy. So Dragon Tail Talon got buffed big time by that. 1 second teleports now on a one-shot build. Really strong, almost A tier, basically almost A tier. Probably like top 35 builds here. And it's a fortified mapper, so don't sleep on Dragon Tail or Talon. Really strong build. Okay. So, Mind Blast Psychic Hammer. Throw Barb is an amazing starter, yes. Definitely. Amazing, amazing starter. Okay. So, Mind Blast Psychic Hammer didn't change since last season, but with max faster cast rate and consistent amp on the Mercenary, I actually kind of prefer Wrath Act 1, but Act 5 obviously with Cyclopean and Vilehusk and Innocence can work for like min-maxing this in the end game. Either way, you get multiple shadows, you get at least one Whispering Mirage, and I would say one Whispering Mirage plus the Shadow Killer felt good in beta, but the truth is 3 shadows might be better outside. It kind of depends. All those approaches were really good. But yeah, I was able to get the numbers min max this season and whatnot, and obviously with the handicap lacking so many plus skills in beta, it deservedly has an A tier status. Like Mind Blast is really strong in maps, really strong, and as a physical casting ability, really safe potentially if you go back. Even stronger in lower tier maps and budget, very budget. Definitely can make a very budget version of this. No facets required, just faster cast rate and plus skills. Phoenix Strike is budget for a different reason. It's because it does so much damage and you have triple damage. All 3 damage types. So as long as you're tanky enough and have like some plus skills and some pierce, Phoenix Strike is pretty broken too. So sometimes it depends on like just having tons of damage types. Sometimes whether it's budget or not is based on, you need all these facets to make the build actually really strong, things like that. So all right, so now to the more interesting and potentially, I guess you could say, exciting assassin builds. So, I mean, I think they're pretty exciting anyway. So we could go over those real quick here. So, Blade Dance. Blade Dance wasn't really changed, not at all. I believe this is slightly better than was tested last season, maybe about the same. I did optimize the whirlwind tests a bit by using Vigor Aura and further increasing run walk speed So you get more AoE with Tiger Strike. The third charge of Tiger Strike on Blade Dance for the 40% increased splash damage. On Whirlwind, you get more speed and whatnot from Frenzy. So you get the buffs from Frenzy. And you could do it either way. So we really try to min-max that movement speed testing and the so not just the movement speed, but also the I guess I don't know. It's like it's mostly move speed, but like also like consistent damage with move speed. I don't know. Anyway, we really try to like min max those things quite a bit because like I feel like maybe the move speed in some previous tests wasn't quite as high as it could have been, and since you're able to one shot as you go through the mobs, um, it's pretty key that once you get to that one shot level, you're really able to move as fast as you possibly can through the map with these high AoE builds. So that's really important stuff. Anyway, being an S minus build, it's not really a surprise. One thing that's always interesting about Blade Dance over the last like I don't know 4 or 5 seasons that I find kind of I don't know, kind of hilarious, kind of ironic, kind of silly. I don't know, however you want to call it, is that Blade Dance consistently outperforms Whirlwind on a Barbarian, and Whirlwind requires usually way more expensive weapons. Yeah, on Blade Dance, if you really min-max it, you could get like an amp on striking weapon with insanely high ED, that kind of thing. So yes, there are potentially very expensive claws you could use. Does it feel as necessary though? Not necessarily, but you could do that. Whereas on Whirlwind, Deep Wounds, like four-socketed S Schaefers, Grandfather, perfect sockets. Maybe not even Grandfather anymore because they nerfed it slightly last patch. Maybe like Death Cleaver, Stone Crusher, that kind of stuff. That has always been the case, even back on the days in classic Diablo. I don't know if I'd agree with that. Like in PvP, for instance, like normal Whirlwind would be quite a bit stronger. But I think you're right that Chaos Sin is stronger at Whirlwind even in like LOD. That is true. So it's funny that it's still the same though in this mod though, right? It's still the same. So and yes, you can pre-buff with the Venom to some degree. You don't have to go crazy with it. Having percent poison damage on your gear does seem to be more effective though, in terms of Blade Dance performing better. So yeah, I don't know. I kind of liked having a couple percent items like Bramble on me when I was running that. So it's like a poison with like a physical second focus on the damage, but really making sure that Venom is as high as it possibly can, and then you get those easy one shots as you fly through a map with maximum velocity. So crazy Beyblade. Yeah, I do find it really strange though that it's taking the Bard skill and it just does it better. I guess that's just how powerful Venom is. And speaking of Venom with the new arrows, the Basilisk quills, which by the way I made a video on this build too because it's very season 12 coded. It's got the new quills, new boa type stuff. So this right here is Venom Bow Sin. Now I thought this is gonna be a big meme. People was actually were requesting I tested this in previous seasons, and I knew for sure it was a meme then. But the Basilisk Quill is like negative 40% to enemy poison res, which is no joke at all. And then when I maxed out Venom on this thing, and I used multi-shot with Widowmaker, alright, multiple shot, I was expecting this to do no damage. But it was actually just melting the cows. It was pretty crazy. They melted incredibly fast. Well, I think there's actually more reasons too why Blade Dance outperforms Deep Wounds Whirlwind on the Barb. So there is higher attack rating and hit rating, and there's also Venom. But the other reason is actually burst of speed too. Barb does have passive increased movement speed, but it's nothing like burst of speed. And so you can also whirlwind faster on that ability. It has a lot to do with why the numbers seem to outperform it there. So yeah, it's actually quite interesting. Anyway, Venom Bosun is a build. Widowmaker, multiple shot, made a video on it. It melts, man. It really does. Like those monsters that get hit by Venom Widowmaker Sin, they get melted super easy, super fast. Yeah, it's just absolutely nuts. It's absolutely nuts. I thought it was crazy. I thought it would do absolutely no damage. I was surprised. You get a lot of skills for Venom under swapped or weapon swap too. Double shadow killers and dang man. And of course, you don't really need too many skills on this build either, so you can have like a maxed out shadow and stuff and really go to town. Is Dual Dream Warstrike wow, throw sword viable? I have no idea. That sounds like something for the Mad Lab or for you, at least for you to try, because that's freaking crazy. Barb prefers to be slower. That is true. But yeah, I don't know. I was surprised at how fast I can fly through a map with the bosun though. It's definitely a little sketchy. But what's cool is you could dragonfly with bows still too. So as long as you have the pierce, and you have the crazy negative res from the new arrows. Wow, wow, it did a lot of damage. As a matter of fact, you can argue it did so much damage I could have probably forgone some of the survivability stuff. So, or yeah. I can't wait for this every season. Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah, man. Looking forward to uploading it to YouTube, man. It's a good stream. It's a good video. All right, so Barb, I don't know. Barb didn't change much this season. I mean, Fissure was on synergies, not on the actual proc itself, so that's not really much of a thing. We got buffs to Warcry. That was like the most exciting thing that people really wanted me to test. And then I tested it and it performed about the same because I mean, I don't know. 1% synergy is not going to matter too much, particularly when the build is often limited by like Enigma charges. So that's like one of those hard mechanical limiters to this ability, Physical Nova. So that is a thing. So it ended up pretty much, I think it got the exact same tier. So there are, the way it works is when it comes to changes and whatnot, the changes that are most impactful are mechanics changes, right? So if they change the mechanics, something like Dragonflight being able to drop to 1 second without any intervention from an item is huge. You're going to see big changes there. You see some big shifts. Something like 9 to 8% synergies, like with Volcano Druid or with this, in some cases it might even go up and not down, even though the intended effect was to nerf it and make it go down in numbers just because the testing outperformed the numbers. The numbers ain't that good, but the testing got a bit better. Yeah, Barb's also got some indirect nerfs as well. That is a good point. Nothing huge. 20% ED on a grandfather, not even worth retesting. Nothing crazy. Should be about the same no matter what. But then it also got a nerf to a skill on Halberd's Reign too, so I don't know. Barbs are solid. There's like no bad builds in a barb, and it has two very good builds. Um, there's nothing I've seen that's like absolutely cracked though, you know what I mean? Nothing absolutely cracked. The Wolf Barb hasn't changed since the previous season. Of course, the Mercenary lags so far behind on a lot of these builds. You just want to give it like Vigor, or you want to give it Dual Aura. It's like whatever you can do. Dual Damage Aura. If you're not doing that approach, you can do that on an Act 2 Mercenary. You can do it on a lot of different things. So, either way, solid stuff. Very solid stuff. Let's see, what else should I say? So double throw, I actually tested with a really good amp proc weapon that had like a ton of damage. I think I was able to get like slightly better results from it just testing it that way. Another thing I kind of want to emphasize is that some people play builds in ways where like they'll do Green Goblin double throw essentially using Demon Machine Merc. I don't want to represent every build as like a Green Goblin build or like every build as a some other build. You know, that's why I have the Green Goblin build listed in the Necromancer, which is arguably the best class to really utilize its full power. It's there for a reason, but that doesn't mean you can't use his approaches elsewhere. It doesn't mean there aren't alternative approaches to doing these things. Like instead of resummoning the Poison Creeper as you're teleporting around, maybe there's a way to not even have to resummon them at all. And they still do a ton of damage. So yeah, it's poison builds are pretty crazy in general, but I mean that's exactly why though. It is good stuff. Anyway, let's see. We retested Fire Whirlwind, Fire Leap Attack. We tried some other weird leap attack thing as well. I think we tried to test with Destruction and Phoenix. A lot of people in my chat were claiming it was better. The numbers did not seem to bear that out, but it was close. So, Fissures seemed to do a little bit better, but still. Fire Leap Attack is really cool because you can use like Rapture plus Innocence. You get lower resist on striking. You get the Fissure. You get a lot of things. It's really, really strong. I show this off in season 10, and it's still like really baller in season 12 for the most part. Am I gonna play hardcore or softcore? The plan is to play hardcore SSF on a Necromancer. Kind of want to start Teeth again. Really itching for that Teeth start again. And then maybe trying to get to Fire Golems. Fire Golems would be great. Feels like Barb has been the worst class for a few seasons. Just for mapping. Honestly, for starting out, it's always pretty solid, right? Go to Travancore, find item, which is like one of the best starting approaches for sure. You can get very rich very fast if you just are willing to grind out Travancore. Berserk is one of the strongest bossing abilities, like pinnacle bossing abilities. So I mean, I wouldn't say they're bad across the board, but when it comes to mapping, it definitely feels like for a few seasons they've been kind of left behind. They've been kind of left behind, you know. Double Throw's original nerfs hit it really hard, but Double Throw still feels really good again. Once again, B tier is not bad. These are fast builds. The Deep Wounds, though, maxing out the mastery skills, maxing out the plus skills with that, getting the really strong Schaefer's Grandfather alternative really strong weapon. It's still going to be really strong. It's just, yeah. I mean, it still absolutely cuts through a map like nothing. But of course, an assassin could cut through the same map with a very similar approach even faster. And We also have Fire Whirlwind as well. I did retest that. I did retest a lot of things here. And Fire Whirlwind also looked like it was doing some really cool stuff. We did test some other approaches. I don't remember if it beat out those other approaches from the old days or not, but it got really close. It was close either way. So, Flame Bellows, of course, being really cool. It's really cool that approach even works. Just getting a really high level Holy Fire and then getting percent damage large terms, just getting like fire damage on everything. And just shredding. It's really cool. I don't know. There aren't like tons of types of Barbarian builds, but the ones that do exist, they always make me want to go back to playing Barb. So Barb's also got a lot of the safest mappers in the game. Really good sustain. Really good sustain. They just have really, really high life by nature of being a Barb, right? But then of course you have like Iron Skin, you just have Life Leech and Mana Leech just pretty much automatic if they come from any source on the build. Barbarians definitely have a lot of advantages, so definitely don't get too discouraged about starting or playing Barb because a lot of these approaches aren't just strong, they're safe, and they're not even tedious anymore with the cooldown that's possible on Frenzy now, which is like insanely high. So Barb feels really good. Like every Barb build I play now just feels solid. It has a really good feel to it running through a map with a Barb build. Is it gonna clear as fast as certain builds in other classes? No, but it's it almost doesn't need to though. Like it feels like maybe if they buff something here or there, maybe you'd get them up there though. Oh yeah, for sure. And I was doing that Bone Shaker tier 3 maps. Yeah, that's what I test. I always test only tier 3s. So if you see A tier here, A tier is not bad at all. A tier is insane. A tier is towards the high end of the spectrum. That means that the build is like top 25. But keep in mind here, every build is graded relative to other builds, right? So, no, Whirlwind has kind of been busted. No, that's not true. Whirlwind's been busted before. It has. Like, during the season with the really strong Steel Pillar and the Reapers and the really high damage on it, I would say there was a season where Whirlwind Barb was S tier. I think that was season 6. Barb has had S tier builds. Throw Barb was super busted for multiple seasons. Until a very harsh nerf, and then kind of a comeback, but the nerf still persists. So yeah, I mean, Throw Barb, it's always been good though. How do you play a Warcry Barb? You need Leap and Teleport from Enigma, and then obviously you need the Merc that runs some kind of amplify damage, maybe amplify damage Battle Cry if you have an Act 5 Merc doing that. So lots of options. Well, no, there's just other options for the Whirlwind Barb. Making GF not ethereal and losing some ED, that is a little bit of a big deal, so it loses a decent amount of ED. But now there's other options that are arguably already competitive, like Stone Crusher. I actually ran Whirlwind Bleed Barb with the new Stone Crusher last season. So, yeah, it's really strong. Stone Crusher's got negative Fizz Res too, which makes Bleed a lot stronger too. What are your top 3 builds that work with medium investment and maps? Medium investment. I mean, I don't know. Medium's kind of hard to say, but this is why I have the budget indicator on the tier list, right? So you could look at the tier and you could look at how budgeted it is and think, wow, like Phoenix Strike might be one of the best examples of this, actually. Like, really good budget while being S tier, you know? Not hard to slap together a strong Phoenix Strike assassin. It's just not. Don't even necessarily need the conviction, you know? Every type of golem has a strength. Clay golems are really good at fighting small groups of enemies, and they're really good at like slowing down bosses and killing them very effectively. But yeah, they all have pretty solid strengths just overall. They definitely the case. Yeah, you could go like I like blood golems. Blood golems destroy bosses. Clay golems can also kill bosses early. Fire golems, well, we haven't gotten there on the tier list, but you'll see what the fire golems can be. Fire golems busted in maps potentially, so. Yeah, it's kind of weird actually. I don't know why they did that. I mean, I guess he was trying to balance out Nova and Frost Nova specifically, which is fine, but yeah, I mean, they're already really crazy. Like, no, well, but see, remember, Nova requires high investment, right? So you're not making that Sorc work with that high investment. So that's a pretty big point. What's up, Monster Win? How you doing? Okay, feel like we've talked about the Barb enough. I mean, I retested Leap Attack with the buff. Leap Attack did get buffed. It didn't feel like it was insanely impactful, because I feel like the big problem might be like AoE or coverage with it. But it's still decent. Keep in mind, by the way, when there's an A tier build, you know, this is something, just because it's not quite as strong as the S tier builds does not mean it's not strong. An A tier build can be a 5-minute map, you know, but obviously, while the time on a map is correlated, I use monsters per minute because it's more accurate. It more accurately assesses how many monsters are dying and how fast. So, yeah, A tier is very strong though. There's definitely some other options now. Death Cleaver, Stone Crusher. I think it's Stone Crusher. Yeah, I mean, Grandfather would probably still be viable, but not 100% sure if I'm being honest. A tier builds are pretty insane. Yeah, they are. I mean, if you look at the tier list, it says strong, very fast, you know. It doesn't say that for jokes. It's true. Everything is just faster or slower, guys. Everything is faster or slower. I do. I made a video for Cold Arrow. I did. Okay, so let's go over some Amazon builds. Alright, so Lightning Fury on paper got a buff, but if I'm being real, I tested it and I wasn't feeling the buff. It's almost like it didn't happen. So it got like extra like pierce range or something, but I don't know. I couldn't detect it. Maybe there's something wrong how I was testing that, but yeah. 300,000 hirings later, you get to play Nova. I mean, hey man, Ferraris are expensive. You're gonna have to grind for them. No, it doesn't look like it. It's probably because it wasn't played much last season, but it's like secret OP potentially, though. Well, maybe not anymore. How secret can something be if it is on Dark Humility's tier list? Dangerous, right? Okay. Alright, so there's no changes at all to the other lightning sins as well. But yeah, Lightning Fury obviously can be very insane in the late game with enough percent lightning damage and plus skills. No denying that whatsoever. And the other lightning abilities kind of lag behind, but they also weren't changed this season, so pretty much the same thing. Plague Javelin, guess you could say it benefits a tiny bit from the Poison Pierce on Endarials, but you also don't need that much damage. So I guess you could argue it's better to go maybe a more defensive mercenary as well, because you don't need the lower resist. You definitely do things of that nature, though. This is why, by the way, Act 3 mercenary is so popular for like a defensive offensive approach, because you could put on like Exile on top of like Ferocity on top of all kinds of things. Like you can have like multiple auras running, so multiple curses, multiple everything. So really strong. Fen did get retested because technically I don't know. I think they buffed Zeray's Resolve to get like more points, or like have Joust have more effectiveness. So Joust soft points will get you down to that 1.5 second level. So that's really cool with Joust. But so that's once again changing all those skills and whatnot. So that's really cool. So they got Joust on Zeray's Resolve, and it's a higher level, so technically the cooldown on it is less. I was playing it, it felt less. It felt like I could chain between mobs easier and maps defend. And honestly, it felt really strong. I mean, obviously the Tyrell Sage is decent from monster kills and whatnot, but I mean, it's really hardcore friendly. It's budget. Yeah, you could do a lot of interesting things with this, though. Definitely. um. Oh yeah, I also have my for the first time on this list. I have the Bearzon on here, so I actually included it. I made it last season on Hardcore SSF. It's really strong. Odysseans on a Zon is crazy. Like you get dodge, evade plus high defense bear plus. Man, you just got all the negative res in the world too. It's just crazy stuff. Really crazy stuff. Okay. Let's see here. Yeah, you just dodge, avoid, plus just running at things really fast with the run walk bonus off of, I believe it's dodge. No way, it's evade. I think. Oh, it's evade. You get huge run walk, and then you get more run walk. Having a mercenary with like vigor plus damage auras, it's I don't know. It's so insanely tanky that bears on. It's so strong. I played it on hardcore SSF, and it just plowed through everything. I mean, yeah, it's a little slower. Once again, it's like a fortified ideal mapper. Don't even have to do fortified, but it's like for the most part it is. And yeah, I have a lot of fun on that. You get that level 30 ES, you can just go max energy. Energy's not terrible on an Amazon either. And you could actually use the item with Amazon skills, unlike what most people use Widowmaker for, or whatchamacallit, those new quills that have +2 skills, so that's really cool. Okay. Um Okay, so multiple shot got nerfs, but the bow buffed it. Overall, it kind of didn't go really anywhere, but it's still a pretty solid approach to a build. Strafe Demon Machine also the case. Demon Machine got nerfed a bit though, so the other approaches are comparatively stronger, even though all of the approaches are nerfed overall. There was so much Demon Machine last season, and there still is, it feels like. But Demon Machine, at least it doesn't feel like you kind of have to go it on every bow approach, so that's really neat. Yeah, I'm doing Teeth into Fire Golem. I'm doing the same thing if you're doing that, Texas. That's cool. At least that's what I'm going to try to do. I'm going to try to do it on hardcore SSF, though, so I don't know. Maybe easier said than done. Maybe we can use some blood golems for killing the Ubers. I don't know. It sounds like a good idea. The open wounds on them and whatnot. DM Machine for PD2 is almost the equivalent of Enigma on D2R. Yeah, I would have said that last season. Maybe not quite as much in this season though. Like it's definitely like you see it on Maul, you see it on a lot of these other approaches like Strafe. Like it's starting to take a bit of a backseat. Fire golems don't work for Ubers. They might work on Diablo or something. I actually don't know. They definitely die easier though, and then I don't know. I think you're probably better off just like going the physical damage golems because like the Ellie goal, like Ellie res is really high on Uber bosses. Okay, I've actually been getting a lot of questions from the chat this time, which I really enjoy. I think that's really cool. Okay. Oh, oops, my bad. Okay. That was really weird how that stream cut out for 30 seconds. That was random. Okay. Crackle Shot Strafe. So between all the new bows and all the new arrows and bolts, which is like the biggest transformative change this season, is unique arrows, bolts, rune words, sockets in them. They can be crafted. It's all good stuff. We do have a new weapon though, which is Crackle Shot. It is a bow that procs Lightning Fury and Lightning Bolt. Now the chance to proc Lightning Fury is only 2%. We've tested this. I had someone else test this for me using a slightly different approach, using the static on struck on Aether. I think it's Aether Wing actually. That's what it's named. It's got crazy lightning pierce on it, and it's arrows. I think maybe it could use to be buffed to 3%, but it's hard to say because it's almost too strong. Almost. Like it's crazy because like it's hitting in the 500s in cows as it is, as long as you're like aggressively teleporting and whatnot, or like moving through the map with fast run walk if you're not using Enigma. But ultimately, getting the Lightning Fury and Lightning Bolt synergies, which is basically Lightning Fury, and then using Strafe instead to proc it, I don't know. It felt like a much weaker version of Lightning Fury, and it's definitely kind of a meme. So, I don't know. Maybe someone was able to get it to work. I tried to get it to work on a Sorceress using Lightning Mastery as well. You don't even see that on the tier list because it was garbage. So, like, what I mean by garbage is just frustrating, unrealistic, damage, dying gameplay, so it's really bad. So yeah. It's definitely interesting. I think the lack of the proc chances. I don't know. Maybe even if they buff like Lightning Bolt to 20%, it's really hard to say. It's really hard to say, but like a small buff, I feel like would be needed to bring that into like the decent zone or even better than that. So, yeah, that's definitely a thing. Dang, someone's asking if I play Age of Empires 2 DE multiplayer. I have actually. I haven't done it recently, but yeah, I really like Age of Empires. That's pretty random. How do you know? How do you know? Thanks for going over trading, everything else you do with the build guides. Hell yeah, man. Always, dude. It's like a lightning bolt. Does lightning mastery apply to flat lightning damage? It does. I think I think the problem with, so on the Sorc, I tested it by trying to proc him using Innocence, because I think you don't have, like, if you have to use that bow right on the lightning Sorc, then all you can do is one normal arrow. There's no multi-shot, there's no strafe, there's no exploding arrow, there's nothing. That's the only way I was able to test it. That's it. Oh yeah, he's pretty insane, honestly. I mean, hey, it was decent. It was almost decent, right? Like it's almost C tier. It felt okay. I mean, I was running through the tier 3 maps. It was just a little sluggish, that's all. But yeah. All right, let's talk about Frozen Sorrow. I feel like that's pretty important here. So, Frozen Sorrow. Yeah, you could do Bear Sorc, yeah. So, yeah, did that look effective, Barry Gaming? I mean, I used the lightning quiver. I did. I used it with the crackle shot as well. Oh, you mean just like going Widowmaker instead of crackle shot? Widowmaker lightning and then going lightning mastery. Lightning bow Sorc. That's interesting. Huh. Man, there's definitely some interesting ideas coming out in the chat today. I wish you guys were here during the beta. Actually, some of you guys were, but I don't know if you guys saw these. Some of these approaches would have been interesting to test. I didn't test all these approaches. It's interesting, though. Yeah, with flat lightning damage charms. No, that makes sense. Yeah, flat lightning damage charms with lightning mastery. Well, exploding arrow fire enchant demon machine was pretty nutty, but I don't know. It's also not like insane, so yeah, it's kind of hard to say. Has the barb rundown happened yet? Yeah, I already did the barb rundown. Remember, you guys can, of course, watch it on the YouTube video again, though. Yeah, it's actually interesting. I feel like some of these approaches would have been interesting to try. I didn't think of them, and no one mentioned them as well, so no one else thought of them either. At least not when I was testing them. Lightning mastery, lightning damage charms with, I guess, Aether Wing multi-shot. I could see that being pretty good. I could definitely see that being pretty good. I guess the only bad thing about that is that, you know how there's fire multi-shot and there's cold multi-shot? Well, both of them are pretty decent, right? They're pretty solid. But the weakness of the lightning is that you have like a minimum damage of 0 almost. And I almost wonder if like that's worth ever doing over the enchant approaches, you know what I mean? I would question that on its face. Because the enchant approaches are probably a lot better. Oh, it's one of those things. Man, dude, I think someone mentioned that earlier too. Like, you have to pre-buff using the skillers. Yeah, see, that's another thing too, is you get all these situations with like excessive pre-buff as well. Like, there's actually been a number of builds that were suggested to me, like that one, that require excessive pre-buff. I didn't realize that was one of them. Yeah, you gotta swap out the skillers, dude. Yeah, I'm sorry, but you asked me to swap out the skill inventory, the charm inventory, just to like get the damage. Like I'm done. I'm not doing it. If it requires that to be functional or to have really high damage, I'm not doing it. It's A tier. Interesting. I wish people maybe got some numbers for me on these things, because people just say it feels like A to S tier, but then they don't realize that it's not moving nearly as fast or killing nearly as fast as an S tier build, so it makes me wonder. I don't know. I don't know. Not only that, there's already an A tier enchant sorc, so I mean, I don't know. It's probably maybe could be similar. Yeah, damage sounds really good though. Yeah, I don't know. That's crazy. Do you have to pre-buff it? See, that's the other thing. Is the damage like excessive? You should test it without that. Should be interesting. Anyway, so let's go over Frozen Sorrow. So Frozen Sorrow. Let's go back to the tier list here. Ah, yeah. See, that's a thing. It's like it's the same thing with like dual enchant. People wanted me to do like dual enchant with double inventory swap outs, and that could also be maybe A tier. But instead it's B tier without. You know, it's just yeah, I don't know. I think I think that's that falls into the categories like an unrealistic approach in my opinion. There's a lot of approaches like Infinity Iron Golem, crazy amounts of pre-buff or inventory swap outs. You don't need that on Fire Golem, for instance, but people were suggesting it anyway because you could theoretically get more damage on the golems. And it's like you didn't need it because they were one-shotting anyway, but you get the point, right? Like some of this shit, man, I don't think is a good accurate representation of what's going on. It's just not, unfortunately. If you're doing like a 99 push a team in fortified, sure, yeah, absolutely. Okay, so hold arrow. Hold arrow and freezing arrow. My goodness, Frozen Sorrow is crazy. But the thing about Frozen Sorrow is it's a treasure class 87 bolts. Bolts. All right, so you get extra cold arrows, 4 of them. You get cold pierce. You get cold skills. More than even a rare. It's honestly a pretty. I think it's a busted item. Because any kind of cold arrow, anything is pretty insane. Now, what's interesting is it massively increased the tier of freezing arrow and cold arrow because it made the one shots just that much more potent. However, one thing to note is that you have to use a crossbow, and if you have to use a crossbow, it found like it. I found out that Ice Demon Crossbow is just the strongest. By the way, thank you Wormshoe for the Prime GG. Welcome to the Cult of Xana. The Xana's task. While the ghosts in the machine, the Arcane disables. Let's get it. But yeah, anyway, like yeah, I both Freezing Arrow and Cold Arrow were boosted big time. Now, obviously, Freezing Arrow is way inferior to like the AoE on Cold Arrow, but that's the thing, particularly with the extra arrows on Frozen Sorrow. Even with the Ice Demon Crossbow being slower, even though like overall you lost frames, the breakpoint is so good on it to where you only need like basically no attack speed, like one item with attack speed, period, one or two, depending on if you had like nothing on both of them. And then you literally just go Infinity Merc. So you can go Infinity Merc with no attack speed investment. Don't need to run Fanaticism at all. And it one shots everything. It's crazy strong. Crazy strong. Big AoE boost from the bolts. You attack a little bit slower. doesn't matter because the one shots are just everywhere across the board. I showed off on my stream. It's crazy. Well, it's okay to change some items out to buff, I think, and maybe to put them back on before you exit the game so you don't have to rebuff when you enter a new game. That being said, I really try to keep all those types of builds to a minimum, like minimum degree of free buff, like minimum, as minimum as I could. But yeah, S tier, you can see though, like I have a video on this. It's very clear how powerful this is. This is not a joke. It just flies through maps. It just one shots everything. It's insane. Now, I think even though Fire Arrow is kind of similar, you don't have the AoE on it as you do on the Cold Arrow anymore. It doesn't freeze, and quite frankly, it doesn't, yeah, it just doesn't have the AoE comparatively. But we did retest it though for comparison's sake, even though it didn't get changed, so that's kind of neat. And then this is something they got the rework with the mini explosions. Now, something I'm a little confused about is that I had this rated. Let me see, actually. Let me pull up my season 11 tier list here on a different tab. I just want to check this real quick. I'm pretty sure without this change that was supposedly transformative, yeah, it only went up like 2/3 of a tier. This was C tier last season. This is before they did this buff to it. Now, my interpretation of that is that the little explosions it leaves behind might not be quite as I don't know, not quite as impactful, I guess. Like they're just maybe not. It feels like the vast majority of the damage. Oh, there's. Oh, I see why. That's why there's echo. Oops. Oh, that's weird. I pulled up another tab of myself. Alright, there's no echo anymore, right? No, I accidentally pulled it up when I was pulling up the tier list. I clicked the button. Fixed. Okay, we're good. Yeah, I thought I did that. Okay, I messed up. That's fine. Thank you guys. You guys are always the best, man. Always recommending the best stuff. Anyway, so I don't know what it is, but like it clearly the little explosions made a difference. And they made more AoE, but the vast majority of the damage still seems to be like the arrow pass-through damage. And by the way, that also seems to go for the exploding arrow on like Demon Machine crossbow sword. So the little explosions having more or less of them might matter, but it doesn't matter maybe as much as you might think, though. Like listening to me, but double dose is too much. Oh yeah, absolutely. That's terrible. So like. Yeah, and then on the Zon, the problem with this, like, I almost prefer something like the Sorceress version because then you have more mobility on top of that. That being said, the Zon makes it look really good, so I guess it's not much of a problem. Magic Arrow is unchanged, so I didn't touch it. Magic Arrow is pretty crazy. I mean, it scales off of plus skills, ED, things of that nature. You can make it really strong for bossing as well. For most mapping applications, it's a little just decent though. It just lacks AoE. You basically need to hug the monsters to kill them, so. But it's still also very strong early game too, because it's Magic Arrow. Once again, it kills everything, so That's really good. But yeah, I don't know. I was a little unimpressed actually with Exploding Arrow a tiny bit because, like I said, the numbers didn't like increase massively from last season. But then when I tested it on like Demon Machine on a Sorceress, I was like, oh, I see. I see. It's just this version is so much better. So I don't know. I don't know if that's really a completely accurate take. I've seen other people use it though. Also looks a little underwhelming if I'm being honest. Um, with the Exploding Arrow, but yeah, that's basically it. We did all the Evan Bane tests, including on Magic Arrow, by the way. Last season, nothing too crazy going on. Just got a bunch of decent builds that are a little slow, but not really. Summon builds just tend to be a little slower in maps, but as you can see, you can go all the way through late game maps. Very minimum investment. All you need to be able to do is spawn those Valkyries and Strafes and maybe get some auras and maybe get some damage, and I don't know, it's pretty crazy. Alright. What's equally probably as exciting is going over the Necromancer builds. So Necromancer builds. I don't know. So Poison Nova, Desecrate, they're still about where they always are at. Poison Nova, I don't know. I always think it could be S tier as long as you got enough damage. To like one shot absolutely everything. So I always think this thing is like hard to rate on beta because you're lacking too many corruptions to min-max it a bit. But Poison Nova is very strong, just suffice it to say. I think the main problem is the damage nominally has gone so much lower that maybe it's hard to justify. So yeah, I don't know. A lot of ways to look at that. Anyway, we also have Desecrate, which is almost as strong as long as you're just teleporting quickly and desecrating. Necromancer has so many strong builds because of such amazing mobility. Yeah, so like Necromancer is arguably the best mapper this season because it just has so many bonkers mapping builds. And some of this is me just discovering just how bonkers they are with some slight retesting. It's not like they even change anything. That's the crazy thing. I mean, you could argue that title belongs to the assassin, and for sure, I think both of them share that title to some extent. But yeah, I mean, it also has a ton of A tier builds too, like the assassin. Like it's got super solid builds. But yeah, Teeth, Poison Strike, Desecrate, Poison Over overall. Not really doing too much. You can go highly defensive on the Merc on Poison Strike because it does so much damage and you just chain in between monsters, just daggering them and huge AoE, just insta death. Pretty crazy stuff. It's still going to be insanely strong this season. I think it's a way stronger version of Poison Nova, so it's really good. And then we have Teeth and Bone Spear, which didn't change for the last 2 seasons, but when they buffed Bone Spear a lot and they nerfed Teeth a little bit, it definitely changed things. Overall, they still absolutely crush builds without magic immunes, or maps without magic immunes. So, pretty crazy stuff on that front, too. Poison's, I don't know. It's just Necromancer has really good survivability if you max mana with bone armor and you have some way to refresh it, or you have like frames in between to refresh it. The Blood Warp just has this insane cooldown. It just like teleports you with impunity. You don't have like teleport damage penalty like a Sorceress has. Pretty crazy stuff. But not a lot of changes to any of these builds on the top third, so not too crazy. Last season, a big point of contention was casting bone walls and having the monsters kill themselves on the bone walls. Yeah, let's just say it's surprisingly strong. Very surprising. Cast some bone walls and lots of things die. You kind of tele through a map casting bone walls, stuff will die behind you. The only problem is this is even worse than poison because stuff will die like outside of the limit of your loot filter if you let it. Like it's that big. So yeah, it's pretty crazy stuff. But yeah, it's still a skill. They didn't change it this season. You cast a bone wall, the monsters kill themselves on it. I had the video from last season. It's really cool. Did you retest teeth with negative magic percent on wands? Well, you already get that from the aura on the Merc. And beating Bone Shade, when I was looking into it, beating it with a craft on wands, I didn't think it was worth trying to grind that. So that'd be really tough to do. That being said, maybe it would be a tiny bit better. I don't know. Like, it sounds like something that's pretty negligible. He tested but yeah, it's definitely negligible for sure. Coltrane. Let's go with the Prime. 6 months as a member of Zan's attack squad, the Ghost of the Machine, the Arcane Disciples. Weaker bossers. Yeah, well, the reason why it's a weak bosser, same thing with the sword to some degree, has everything to do with its HP pool. That's really all it is. That's it. You know, there's no trickery when it comes to pinnacle bossing. Like, you just have to do lots of damage faster than it can kill you and drain your juves. If you don't have a lot of HP, you have to use more juves more of the time, and you'll run out of them faster. And the Sorceress doesn't have as much HP. They're both 2 life per Vita builds. That's really what it comes down to. And so even with Jaw Runes and all the other stuff, you have a lot less HP than like a Berserk Barbarian would have, for instance. And that's all that really matters. And thank you so much for the support, Coltrane. Thank you so much, sir. Yes. Necro, all your summons stay when you change games. Druid as well. This is, by the way, why if you put on your pre-buff gear or swap to it on a weapon swap before you leave the game, they'll spawn back in just as strong as they were before. That's a good question. Yes, indeed. Okay, so Corpse Explosion. So yeah, lots of crazy builds. I made a video for Corpse Explosion, testing it using the volcano approach. So this is interesting. It also has physical fire damage like volcano. So I thought of putting the Act 3 static decrep Burk on Corpse Explosion. And sure enough, you do that, you get the Innocence on that Merc as well. You get Storm Lash, you just jump in, constantly static decrep. It's devastating, it really is. You just lower the fire, you just lower the physical res and from the decrep, and you just go right in, you just cut out their HP, you jump in with the Act 3 Mercenary, and bam. Insta-death, 1 decrep, 1 explosion, whole screen dies. It's crazy. 1 or 2 explosions could blow up the whole screen of cows. And you move at 125 CR on a Necro, which is not slow. You can get Meng Song's Lesson too. I mean, you don't even need as much survivability. You have revives, you have everything. You have great sustain from life per kill, mana per kill, especially with corruptions. I don't know. This build, I would recommend watching the YouTube video because you'll see just how reckless and crazy you can be. You can just jump in and just start blowing everything up sky high, sky high. This has always been, by the way. You'll notice in the top 10, you've got a lot of revolving door, between the top 10, top 20 builds for sure. This is no exception. A lot of revolving door action going on here, but when it comes down to it, Corpse Explosion's very routinely been on the top 10, but with even slightly better approaches, like the one that the Volcano Druid uses to get really strong, you can make some pretty crazy setups with these Necromancers. And see, the Necromancer has so much flexibility in terms of defenses and frames and whatnot, because it just has builds that do so much damage, just excess damage, like Poison Strike, Corpse Explosion, Fire Golems. Don't even need as much pre-buff on the Fire Golems because of that, if any at all, actually. So yeah, really cool stuff though. Combustion did get buffed. What dropped it was me testing it according to new protocol. So no Infinity Iron Golem and no just skipping half the map. It actually had to like push through the map somewhat normally. So I've tested some things a bit more unrealistic in the past. I tried to like completely clean that up this season. Speaking of cleaning up approaches, on the Fire Golems we cleaned house because I really knew this build wasn't tested very well in previous seasons because I knew I wasn't optimizing it mechanically, but I also knew we had issues getting the like crafts or the items to actually like make this really powerful and to like pre-buff the golems to actually become very strong. And so yeah, hey, thank you so much, Mega, CDC, Rickzin, Coltrane, so much guys for the primes. Welcome to the Cult of Xandandrius Day. Good, great support from you guys. You guys are beasts. Got a video for the fire? Yes, we do. We have a full mini guide and demo for the fire golems already up on the YouTube. I'll have direct links for all that pretty soon here. But yeah, that was wow, I was kind of blown away. So let me go over it a little bit so that I mean, I'm not going to force you guys to watch the video, but let me explain how this ends up as S tier versus B tier. So the main thing is that you got to time your blood warps to the beat of the Holy Fire Pulse, apparently. This is not something I really conceptualized when I tested it originally. I thought you could just teleport around like a crazy person and at 0 second cooldown blood warp and it wouldn't matter. But apparently it does, because what happens is you teleport so fast that the holy fire doesn't even pulse on the monsters. So you need like blood warp between 0.6 and 0.8. So that's something that I learned this season. It's a very specific thing with fire golems. And then on top of that, now one thing I already knew, you need Phoenix for sustain. I already knew this from like a previous setup that I did, the previous testing I did. But another thing I wasn't really fully aware is that I could get enough plus skill items to snapshot the fire golems on beta. And so chat helped me a ton by creating like +4 3-socketed shields and +3 3-socketed helms and things of that nature. Is that a little bit overboard? Yeah, you could argue that. But I mean, yeah, I actually see what's funny is I had so much damage that you could theoretically just weapon swap like a shield and the wand that I had with like +5 fire %. By the way, percent fire does work when snapshotting the fire golems, but you could have all that on the wand, and then you don't use CTA, and then you can swap back to it. Now, what's even more interesting about this is that if you teleport to the beat of the Holy Fire at 0.6.8, you also teleport to the beat of your Redemption Aura, healing you, so you're not just going down to 0 life constantly, basically trolling. So this test was clean. It was powerful. I had the Phoenix pulsing when it needed to, the Holy Fire. I had enough plus skills. But on top of that, there's a secret approach. And for that, I'm going to have you guys watch the video. So watch the video. It uses the new fixed rune word as of Season 12, but it came out in Season 11. You're going to see just how powerful a Necromancer like that can be. Because a Necromancer... you get a lot of bone armor by maxing out energy, right? Well, you can get a lot of other benefits to maxing out energy too. And let's just say that approach does it all very, very masterfully. So really infinite survivability, infinite sustain, really, really on the horizon with that. And you can see it. It's just really, really cool build. Really cool build. So yeah, check out my YouTube. Remember, my YouTube has gazillions of useful guides for this. You mean for pinnacle bosses? Do you recommend a second character like a druid or a barb? If for pinnacle bosses, gazillions, yeah, gazillions. Not necessarily. You can always go desecrate, right? And you could do it on the Necromancer, but it is a little bit more of a headache, I'm not gonna lie. I mean, you have bone armor at least, though, but yeah. Oh, man. Definitely a little bit tired after work, starting to show. Okay. We're getting through it, though. We're getting pretty close to getting through the main bulk of it, and then we'll quickly go over some of the cool, I guess I could say, things that have changed over the season, and we could do that, so it's good. Anyway, clay golems still trash for mapping, late game mapping, but I don't know if they were really ever meant for that purpose. Amazing for starting out though, and they can kill bosses really well too. So, I guess if you are gonna use them though, they'll perform better on lower tier maps. Because let me tell you, they don't do enough damage for high tier maps, but they also don't really have enough splash damage either. At least I think so. Hard to really say. Dark Pact, no changes. Still a magic casting build. Solid for budget, but then again, for budgeting out a tier 3 map on that, it's difficult to make it work versus a normal one. So maybe not. Okay, and then, yeah, this one's not very interesting either. Passive boner, no really changes. It's basically where you wear brand and you take all the bone spear synergies and jump into the monsters with high bone armor. The good news is you can have high bone armor on that, so that's really cool. So you don't really die, so that's neat. You just jump in and do that, jump in and do that, but we haven't really had to test that for a few seasons, though. Once again, no changes to Bone Spear coming through since Season 10 when it was tested thoroughly multiple times. Alright, and Confused. Chat, if you had to guess, let's see YouTube. YouTube chat, what is Confused? Do you guys know? Will you guys be able to guess this on your first try? Maybe not, but it is in the patch notes, so it's here. I was also not gonna put it here either, though, if it was too weak, because it would have dragged down the whole like bottom part of the bell curve, and it would have made a mess in terms of the distribution of scores. But what's interesting is that it actually scored very similar to the other F tier builds. So it's no longer F triple minus like it was once on my tier list when I left it out of the bell curve and just kept it there as F triple minus. Now it's actually part of the bell curve, and it can be. So it's actually viable. But here's the catch. You really should only run it in cows, 1. And 2, you got to run it with Confuse, Amp, and Iron Maiden. In that order, and then the mobs will die actually pretty fast. It used to take forever. Now they will kill each other pretty fast. Big attack speed buff to Confuse. That's what happened in the patch notes, I believe. Also doesn't gain radius on level each anymore, but yeah, big. Yeah, just big stuff, just like taking out all the monsters really quick. You ever try that Blood Moon though? The cows will kill each other very fast, and the big attack speed, doing big things for sure. So it's actually impressive that this build is F minus. Let me put it to you this way, and that it's part of the distribution. It's like a 200 something score. That it actually scores now. It didn't really before. It was around 80. It's like 3 times as strong. That being said, it's the only map I'd really do it, and it's still pretty damn slow. And you kind of have to like piano all 3 of the curses, so that's kind of where you're at. I mean, you could also use a track too to get the monsters closer to you, but easier said than done when you have things to take care of there. It's dog shit, just not total dog shit. Why is it even on the tier list? Now it's like, yeah, it's a change and it's dog shit, but it's still like it kills things pretty fast. I mean, the cows kill each other pretty fast. It's impressive, really. So I liked it. All right, so Paladin buffs to Fist of the Heavens and Holy Bolts. Big buffs. Such big buffs that these skills went from like low D tier to C tier. So not bad. Definitely a lot more monsters being killed now. Is this something people are going to run solo very often? No, it's still way better for group mapping. And it's just overall really good. But you gotta take into account that the reason why it's good is that it's magic damage. And so the magic damage kills all the maps and they pierce everything, and I don't know. Hits pretty hard. One thing I noticed is that going like Act 3 Merc is actually not a bad idea here either. I mean, you can go other things, but like Act 3 Merc, once again with the decrep and whatnot and the static field, it actually lowers the health of all the monsters so that the Fist of the Heavens is more likely to kill them faster. So there's like a number of different approaches you can do here, but overall it's pretty good. Alright. Hammered in tight builds. No need to retest recently. They're still performing insanely well, particularly the normal hammered in. Just crazy. I mean, it's still being renewed every season basically at this point, but yeah, I mean, in cows it's crazy. Otherwise, it's just crazy. Definitely one of the strongest builds on the Paladin for a reason. I don't know. You can argue that block's actually better in PD2 because you can run and block at the same time, whereas you get penalized for running in normal D2. It's hard to say, really. Okay. Yeah, a bunch of things not really changed. Good fortified builds from Zeal still. What's interesting is I guess Grandfather as his sword option won't be quite as dominant on the Paladin either. It's interesting that the Grandfather change, while probably warranted and will open up more options, probably slightly nerfed a couple of builds across the board on the Paladin and the Barbarian, which are already the 2 classes that are struggling in terms of like putting up top numbers builds this season. So I don't know. I get the idea of trying to diversify like the weapon types though. I definitely get that, but in terms of like end game justifying their power or whatever, so I don't know. Let's see. Smite. Smite was retested. There's a couple things I wasn't able to retest last season. I retested the rebuff on Sacrifice as well. Smite looking a little bit worse. For sure it's worse at mapping now with those nerfs, so that was pretty bad. We definitely found that out. Physical charge, kind of similar, not really much of a change. Vengeance, I like Azarath plus Alma, but yeah. We did Fire Vengeance this time too, which is comparable to Lightning Vengeance, so that was really fun. And Vengeance still crushing face with going hard on one element, including small charms with LA damage. That's really cool. Okay. And then I don't know. I guess what is worth going over here? Well, I don't know. There's a lot of approaches that are still going to be very strong on the Paladin. So, like Vengeance, Sacrifice, Holy Freeze, Sanctuary, Holy Freeze. I don't even put that one here because Holy Freeze is performing about the same or better than Sanctuary, Holy Freeze, or Sanctuary Sacrifice. Sanctuary Sacrifice is really strong in some games because you get the the magic damage debuff, so that helps out the explosion component of Sacrifice, so that's really neat. The Holy Freeze one is just so strong, just having that aura on you, so it's crazy stuff. Of course we tried the new season stuff. Holy Shock multiple shots. So I tried doing that with the new Aetherwing arrows, and oh yeah, I had to do yeah with Widowmaker. I was not insanely impressed with this, but I feel like maybe it would be stronger with small terms, even if you lost like all your damage. Or not damage, survivability, res, not damage, survivability. But yeah, I don't know. Like I feel like this is like Paladins are the two-handed weapon that is not a sword because you can't get a holy sword. They're kind of rough. This is why the grandfather nerf might actually hurt more than I think, but I don't actually know. Obviously, there's Leorix and Mithril Bane, though. There's plenty of sword options, but there's other stuff as well. Doombringer. But yeah. I don't know. It's a little jank, though. You can joust with it, though. Just like on the Venom Bosun, I was able to Dragonflight with the bow, which is really cool. And you could, like, Dragonflight or Joust on these, like, weird elemental bow abilities just as the monsters are about to die. And then you joust to their location or whatever, and then you just, like, chain to the next pack. It's actually a really cool strategy. I believe I outlined that in one of my videos I made this season, but yeah. Now, you might notice in my videos and otherwise, I don't actually have every class represented this season, which is kind of whatever, but it's because I wanted to like highlight some of the best builds of some of the, I guess, most changed classes, so. Yeah. Something like that. But yeah, Sacrifice is looking a lot healthier overall, though. Not like a huge tier change, though. Once again, I wasn't able to like retest it last season, so it probably would have been even more on the shitter. The Demon Machine, Holy Fire, Exploding Arrow, Paladin, also really good, but not quite as good maybe without the teleport from Sorceress. So that is something to keep in mind here. Do we have any questions from the chat actually about like any build in particular that I tested maybe? Maybe how I tested it. Is there any build I didn't like explicitly mention? Fire golems, yeah, bro. Bro, I got the video up, man. It's crazy. It's insta teleport, insta like screen explosion. It's like really strong. It's been tested how it should have always been tested though. The problem though is optimizing it is very technical. It's a very technical build, optimizing for that timing on the blood warp, optimizing for all kinds of things, honestly. Surprisingly technical. I didn't think like the Phoenix aura as well, you know, trying to get the items on beta that have enough pre-buff to make it work as well, or to swap with a pre-buff or not swap, either way, or put it on before you leave the game, no matter how you want to do it. Crazy stuff. How is the bossing tier list determined? Well, we're not there yet. I'm not gonna. I mean, I already like went over it in the tour and whatnot. I'm not gonna like go over it too much in detail because it's all this is all research. So the top killers, it's all research for the most part. It's a little I would say it's a lot subjective actually. This is pure qualitative over here based on like researching kill videos, you know, what builds are the most popular, what builds are like performing the best in terms of how fast they kill it, that kind of stuff. It also is a little bit speculative as well, like theoretical. Sometimes I'll put builds on here where I'm not sure if they'll be a prominent killer that season, but they could be based on the changes. I definitely take a lot more liberties with these bossing tier lists, and even with the starter tier list is a little bit more that's based on a lot of farming experience in the game, I feel like. So yeah, I feel like I have a lot of experience with that, so it's pretty good. Is there Druid starter that can farm Trav pretty decent? Yeah. And if you're not sure what build is going to do that pretty decently, check out the Ultimate Farming Guide. It'll tell you what elements are best for that, what types of builds. On the Druid, I would say probably Summon Druid or Wind Druid's going to farm Trav really good for the most part. Maybe even Shockwave. Yeah, definitely some decent options there. How rough is Barb campaign? Not rough at all, honestly. Really easy to get like decent throw weapons and whatnot. Is my build any good? I'm playing confused, Necro. Well, stick to the cow level. That's all I'm gonna tell you. And it might not be terrible. I mean, they'll at least kill each other, so that's good. Did I test the new lightning bow with lightning mastery at Sork? I did, as a matter of lightning fury bolt innocence procs and teleporting into the packs. It wasn't very good. That being said, I did not test trying to min max like lightning small charms with it and then pre-buffing like the lightning mask. Oh man, I don't know. Just it sounds like a nightmare with the pre-buff. I have problems with that much pre-buff. Like people were mentioning that earlier, so anytime you have to swap out like a charm inventory, I'm gone. I'm done. I'll do like a few items, maybe like 4 to 5 items. I won't do a whole charm inventory. Zon campaign is super easy, man. Zon is so tanky. Zon is so chill. Like you just have to keep your distance and you're good to go. Well, the thing about combustion testing Iron Golem versus no Iron Golem, if you have an Infinity Iron Golem, you could potentially run like Act 3 static or something on that. Could be pretty broken. It's hammered in season. Bro, I've had hammered in at the bottom of the top 10 before. I mean, hammered in's still up there. I mean, it's still like a top 25 build, right? Something like that. Hey, thank you, Rude Boy. Yeah, sorry, alerts are off because of the video. But yeah, no, that's sick. That's sick, bro. Rude Boy, let's go. Spam those sides of Xana in the chat for you guys. Let's go. They can boss. It's just not some of the more prominent approaches really. They could. They seem a lot better versus like fortified mobs or things of that nature. Just really strong monsters. But obviously, you could do it. The thing is, just because it isn't listed doesn't mean you can't do it. It just seems like that's something that might make it more challenging to actually do. Boss rush. I have no idea, man. All right, so let's actually continue a bit here. So I feel like I've done a decent job going over skills and various approaches and changes this season that are impactful. Definitely Sacrifice is feeling a lot better, but it's still not as nearly as insane as it once was. So same thing with Vengeance. You know, a lot of these things have been brought down to earth, but then the question is, what about for some of the other classes, right? At any rate, this is the top 10. So you have Volcano, Nova. Once again, you know, if it's within the same tier, it's it's margin of error. It's really tough to tease them out. But at the same time, just for the sake of having a top 10 and having something as close as we possibly can, this is gonna be good stuff. So yeah, Volcano, Nova, Corpse Explosion, Fire Golem, Phoenix Strike, Cobra Strike, Cold Arrow, Blade Dance, and Poison Strike, and Frost Nova. What do you notice from that? You only have 5 classes represented. There's 2 classes without a build that is at 8 MPM as fast as any of these builds. So that's really impressive stuff, actually. We don't have any paladins. We don't have any barbarians. Biggest movers, kind of described why before, but pretty similar. But just to let you know, even outside the top 10, you have a lot of honorable mentions that are in the top 2025 A tier builds and A plus tier builds. If you got an A tier build or above, that build is insane. Heck, you could even argue like A minus, like just anything A range, really cool. Volcano build to check out for hardcore. I didn't make one this season. I made one a previous season though. Actually, did I? Oh wait, I did actually. I made a hardcore Volcano Druid showcase during the season. Actually, it's on my YouTube. I made it just literally this last season. I forgot about that, and it's really good for hardcore too. I made it on hardcore SSF, so no dying, sir, no dying. But anyway, so yeah, we talked about some of the reasons why some of these moved. Better testing, Fire Golems, Fire Blast didn't test the change from that happened at the end of last season. Beta before it happened when I couldn't test it. Combustion. I would say it's more accurate testing how you would actually play the build, but some would argue the S tier is probably fine. I don't know. Maybe it's somewhere in the middle. All I know is combustion is hard to pin down. Chain Lightning Sentry, improving. Cobra Strike, improving. Cold Arrow, improving. Cold Arrow. It's good stuff. But yeah. Anything to change to season 12 from the volcano video? Nope, not really. No, not at all. But yeah, as you can see though, lots of basic changes. Cobra Strike going up due to the Dragonflight change. Huge. Chain Lightning Sentry direct buff. Cold Arrow direct buff. Frozen Sorrow arrows plus Demon Crossbow ice. Insane. Volcano bitter testing. Dragon Tail. Viper Fork Death Sentry. Fist of the Heavens. All pretty modest gains. Dragon Tail once again due to the Stalker's Call change / Dragonflight change. Death Sentry buff and yeah, I don't know. But Viper Fork was really fun to test. That's like way stronger now. I really like that build. Even though it's maybe a little bit of a meme though. I was gonna run Zon this season. After seeing this, I go Sork. Hey, Zon's got some really insane builds, particularly Cold Arrow. But as you can see though, the field is wide open, and honestly, you don't have to go bow Zon. You could go bow Sin. You could go a bow Sorceress. So there you have it. At the overall class power ranking, we explained how that works. It's kind of interesting. It feels like there's 5 classes now that are all very close together in terms of how powerful they are overall based on those criteria that we went over in the data sheet. And then there's like 2 holding down the bottom at the moment. Paladin was near the top for like one season and then slowly came back down, and it's kind of rolling around in the mud with the Barbarian a bit. So guess that's overall how that is. And well, maybe that can determine how you choose to invest in a class or whether or not you think it'll be easy to get gear for a class. There you have it. Top grouping builds. Gone over this many times, but these are builds that are just really good in a group. That includes tier 3 and tier 4 maps. Solo dungeon capable, tier 4 maps, being able to solo them. It's not as much of a crazy thing as it used to be. There's a lot of skills that can lower the res enough or can kind of have hybrid damage to get around the immunity problems in dungeons. So that's kind of interesting. And then these builds are new on the list. But yeah. Let's see. New builds. Oh yeah, sorry. New builds. We got Fire Enchant Exploding Arrow. See, yep, that's on there. Definitely the Demon Machine. The Demon Machine Exploding Arrow definitely is pretty cool this season. So once again, doesn't have to be a Zon. Venom Bosun, really nice use of the new arrows. Holy Shock multiple shot using the new arrows once again. Aether Wing in this case though, and you can also get static when you jump into the monsters. It's pretty crazy. And you have plenty of plus skillers on that one. But once again, very spooky because yeah. No block. No block. I mean, you know what's funny is they keep trying to nerf it too, but I don't know. I feel like it keeps it's like whack-a-mole. You know, you whack one demon machine and they it's like a hydra. It just keeps getting stronger. There's more heads. More ways to make it broken. Ain't no problem, Mizaki. You have a good one, man. And then we have the Bearzon, Crackle Shot Strafe, Pure Ellie Revive, Holy Fire Baradin, Fire Enchant Werebear Sork, and Confuse. Bard never get any love. I don't know. From mapping, not in a little bit. Not in a little bit. But yeah, Confuse is new. Obviously, a big change on the patch notes. Gotta put it there. Also, it's performing as well as the worst builds already do. So it's actually maybe not even the very worst build. So that's kind of interesting. I remember about that though. Don't quote me on that. Crackle shot, the new item. It's good stuff. I like testing the pure Ellie revives. I don't know if I mentioned that, but yeah, Green Goblin feels a little worse this season with the nerf demon machine. It's not a big deal, but sometimes it doesn't proc as much. And then I tried Eternity plus Sacred Totem, both like physical and Ellie, so Gloam Souls versus Moonlords. They actually perform pretty decently. That's interesting. Farming for Black Souls and Worldstone Keep. That was a fun desecrate use right there. Getting those nice corpses. I don't know, those lasers, man. Getting enough of the laser, man. It's just crazy, man. Crazy. All right, so I should mention maybe a couple things here. So this season, the improved Blizzard is going to be really good for bossing and early game. And if you're able to kill those bosses early game, you're going to get geared up pretty fast. Sorceress in general is really insane for starting out. I mean, always has been, even on LOD. Not quite as pronounced as on PD2, but let's be honest, really strong. Mobility is going to be very, very, very powerful. And Blizzard, the new Blizzard looking good. Chain Lightning also looking like it might be better than Charged Bolt again for Arcane, because they were really close last season for Arcane Sanctuary farming. I'm not sure. We'll see what actually comes down with that. Wind, of course, reducing the cooldown of Gust with Tornado and Twister. Really cool stuff. Excited to test those things, man. Once again, Arcane Sanctuary is so strong as a farming area. I almost feel like you kind of need to represent it to some degree here with these lightning builds. Barbarian, I don't know. It really depends, man. Double Throw and Warcry is still probably the better starters, and then if you get like a craft or a rare, it's really good. You can kind of change to whatever you want, so that's kind of cool. And then, yeah, Cold Arrow becoming more prominent on the Amazon list. Exploding Arrow actually becoming more of a starting approach as long as you do it in the right like areas like Maggot Lair, Stony Tomb, that kind of thing. Did Mind Blast get a buff? No, but it's been retested according to the more realistic standards as applied by the season. Alright, so Amazon got Cold Arrow. It's really sick. Cold Arrow, of course, being more sick than ever, even without those new items, because you can just put sockets in it, so it's really cool. And Necromancer. Honestly, on the Necromancer, when it comes to starting out, I would only do two approaches personally, either Teeth, Bone Spear, or Clay Golems. Into like Bleed Golems for Uber bosses or something. Golems are so strong. Then Teeth can just fly with like a few very basic items in FCR, so. And then the rest of these are just recommended bossing lists. I'll just show them again. Nothing too crazy going on this season in terms of things that might affect the bossing. But yeah, I mean, obviously, like the things that were still effective before should still be effective, even with the pretty big nerfs like Maul. Just hard to say. I showed off you could just kill Lucian by teleporting him around him with thunderstorms, so that's pretty sick. I think that's kind of cool if people could try that out. Charge Bolt surprisingly works against these mobs. Blizzard taking a more prominent role, maybe replacing Meteor on some of these lists. Yeah, Blade Sentinel also falling down a little bit, obviously. Still considered to be very strong though, so. I don't know. And then of course you have map 12 immunities as well. Of course you could start fire golems, but then you don't have a lot of places to go. Maybe cow level. That's about it. Alright, so YouTube chat, let's see. You guys have any other questions for me about this? I think we pretty much went over everything. So I always like to highlight the biggest changes from this last tier list to this tier list in terms of the builds that are being impacted the most. This time I've even included the ones that have nothing to do with the patch notes, but just better testing, so it's really cool. Better improved testing with that is able to get higher numbers on certain build approaches. Probably Teeth Necro, maybe into Fire Golem. I'm gonna play Solo Sylphound hardcore, so that's really cool. But yeah. Any other questions, guys? Just any kind of questions at all. Could be any kind of question. It could be relevant to the tier list infographic. Remember, use the bottom scroll bar, left to right, guys. There's more than just a late game tier list here. There's starting builds, there's bossing builds, there's so many good things. There's everything. I don't know how I feel about the top 10, honestly. But it kind of makes sense, though. A lot of these builds have been hovering the top 10 for a while, or at least the top 20, so. What are the bare essentials you need for Teeth to get going as a starter? Uh, well, a rhyme, I guess. But yeah. Was the Fist of Heavens buff noticeable? Yeah. Not only was it noticeable, it went from like F and D tier to C tier, low C tier, but still. Yeah, it was definitely noticeable. I could tell it was a lot stronger. That was noticeable. For sure. Is it like making them crazy strong? No, but you know, they're if you're wearing the right gear and you're min-maxing the negative res, it's really solid. Yeah, white rune word, rhyme shield with like or splendor shield, so you can get like +4 teeth on the shield. You get like obviously like there's so many crazy things you could do. You could get like +10 really easy doing that. And then obviously Tring set makes it strong if you find that. Foe is the best paladin starter, or at least Foe Holy Bolt. Holy Bolt usually is probably what you want to use most of the time, but Fist of the Heavens also working in an open area like Pit or Chaos. Yeah. Well, it's magic damage, so nothing can tank it. Nothing can yeah, I mean nothing can survive it. Nothing is immune to it. What is the core change for Fire Golem? I tested it better using the required mechanics to make it feel good. And then also on top of that, I put some season 12 rune words in there, like Epiphany. We'll have to check out the video. It's really cool. Put it on my YouTube. Definitely check out the videos all the way from season 10 even. We're going to give you a lot of insight into a lot of builds. Not just the new ones. Lots of good stuff. Does open wounds and poison damage stack? How does it work? Uh, um, let's see. Any other questions? Let's see. Any other questions? Any other questions? Yeah, they're just separate dots. So they don't really stack per se. Open wounds and poison damage. So yeah, they'll both tick alongside one another. Yeah, exactly. Foe is good for cow clearing early in wide open maps. Yes. Can you explain why Volcano is that good? Well, so once again, I did explain all this throughout the throughout this video. So, like for instance, Cold has crazy AOE, and if you just focus on movement speed, you just one shot everything. But for Volcano, I explained that it's a corpse explosion has crazy AOE and speed as well, good sustain. But yeah, for Volcano, it's really about the mechanics. So it's always been in the top 10, top 15 on my tier list the last 2 seasons ever since it got that pretty big buff. But the thing about Volcano is like if you cast it way out in front of you and then you teleport on top of it, you can just like insta kill the whole screen basically because it just has that much AoE. It has so much AoE, it's got 2 types of damage, so nothing can absorb it. With Decrep and Static Merc, you do insane damage while also being insanely tanky. Yeah, I definitely recommend checking out that video. It's really fun. I made a video of Volcano. I made a video of a Volcano Druid last season on the hardcore SSF actually, so you could definitely check that out. So Blood Golems, wait. Blood Golems can be very strong for bosses, even pinnacle bosses, at least for tier 0. It's just safe, yeah. Really, it's just safe and reliable. Doesn't matter if it's not faster. I don't judge it based on speed for bosses. It's more like how reliable it is, basically, because that's what matters. You don't care about how much time it takes as long as you get the reward for those. Whereas mapping, it's quite a bit different because you're just grinding and grinding and grinding endlessly. So it's probably better to know how good the actual approach is. So. New to PD2, veteran D2 PoE player. Love to see it. What's up, man? What build would you recommend as a first season starter? Okay, well, I always ask people. So when they ask me to recommend them a build, I always got to ask them what kind of build do you either love or hate. Um, do you like super passive builds? Do you like high APM? Does that I actually like high APM challenge builds. Those are really fun. Or slash challenge builds. I tend to it throughout the season, whether it's like SSF or trade, I've tended to go anywhere from like D to A tier or even S tier builds sometimes. And even the D tier builds, I like them because even though they're slow, they're fun and they're reliable and solid. So it just kind of depends. Like I said, everything's viable here. It's just a matter of speed. Gotta emphasize that as much as I can. How much budget do you need to swap to Volcano? I don't know. I mean, for maps, I guess. I mean, you could just run one of the other builds, I guess, temporarily. I'd play Teeth. I would play Teeth. I think that's what we're gonna do. And Teeth, by the way, the mana cost improved again this season. That's all that changed with it. So, kind of want to check that out. All rounder, mid, low APM, high ceiling to super endgame, but also to be mid the way there. Mm, maybe like multiple shot strafe. Honestly, I mean, you could do something like that. I don't know. I guess Poison Strike also fits that explanation. Nah, I'm just messing. Yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of things that could fit that for sure. There's a lot of things that can fit that. Poison Strike any good to let me see. No. All right. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like summoner builds are good if you like low APM, by the way. But if you also want like high ceiling, I'm gonna be honest, the builds that scale to the high ceiling are typically the higher APM ones, so I don't know. But then again, Cold Arrow also really fits that description you're giving me, actually. Something like that. It's just very consistent throughout the whole game. Phoenix Strike, any good to start with or start with? Yeah, okay. It can be pretty good, yeah. It actually can. Because it has all the elements. You just got to be able to survive jumping into the monsters. It's actually a pretty solid starter approach. It's got no like damage weaknesses. It could take all the damage at once, and it can dish all the types of damage to every monster. That being said, it's optimized if you wait till the second charge and cast it with all the lightning, and then you're good to go. Most sleeper build? Sleeper build. You know what the most sleeper build for any season is? Besides Thunderstorm, which I guess is a meme to a lot of people. I would say Blessed Hammer. Hammered in. It is the most slept on build in PD2, and it's because people are burnt out of that build from LOD. It makes sense. But ultimately, if you see how it performs, it's actually pretty wild. Something not on the list. No, actually, Sky. There are things not on the list that might actually perform very well. And see, that's the thing, is I don't have everything tested every season. Every season I try to test more things. Sometimes like during this video, I think someone mentioned something that could be interesting that could actually perform quite well. That's not even a capo, honestly, Sky. That's not even a capo. Like, there are probably builds not even on the list that are performing anywhere from well to really well. Yeah, I know. People played hammered in for 20 years. They're hammered out. I understand. They're hammered. But let me tell you, bro, that is you notice how it's the same tier as Holy Free Sacrifice and Vengeance. That is because it's putting up the same numbers. It is, and it's A tier. It's crazy. It's super strong. It's really weird though. Uh, yeah, I tried that. That's not very impressive. I actually tried that exact thing. The crackle shot thing maybe is not that great. Might be better off going multi-shot lightning sork though. That's kind of interesting, but apparently more pre-buff swaps. So that might not be something I ever put on the tier list. I mean, I might try it and then be like, okay, I hate this, and so will most people, and that's it. Is it worth to make a perfect amethyst gems? Well, yeah, it's always worth to pick up perfect gems. Crafting, re-rolling of GCs is better than ever, I believe, last season or the season before that. Definitely. Okay, so where's the resources? The wiki, guys, the wiki. Wiki's right here, exclamation PD2. Alright, so I'm gonna have all the, yeah, that's pretty much good, I think, for the question and answer session and whatnot, and just kind of going over everything. think I kind of went over everything here and there, even some things that maybe didn't go over as much. I went over at some point here. Yeah, I really like it. I really like the retesting this season. Everything was like retested to be more realistic. We got a ton of testing done from the just the retest, but also testing with change in the patch notes. I really like where the infographic tier list ended up this season. Make sure to scroll to the right to make sure there's see everything on here. I'm gonna have, of course, timestamps for all parts of this for the most part, so you can skip to different sections. If you want to rewatch different sections, if you want to see the tour of all the links and everything again, or whatever you want, you can do that. And yeah, I mean, season 12. I mean, November 28th, 10 a.m. PT. Let me know what you guys think about it this time. Did you think we did a pretty good job? Did you like how we, changed it? Do you like the new column here on the tier list? Do you think this is useful to know if it's better, or if so, how much better, or even maybe worse, does it perform in a lower tier map versus the tier 3? So, yeah, let me know how useful that is. I think that's pretty useful because, like, there's a lot of builds where you'll make the build almost as strong as you can, or, pretty much as strong as you can. And then you realize it's not that impressive in a tier 3, or it is impressive, but you don't realize that in, like, lower tier maps because of the speed of the build and the high AoE. Maybe it's just lacking that raw damage a little bit to just give it that extra oomph. Well, you just go in a lower tier map and it'll be even stronger, a lot of lightning builds are that way. Teeth is like that, but that's because of it doesn't shotgun, and maybe it does like a little bit of damage for like immediate hits. So kind of depends. Thank you so much for the prime. Run quicker though. Damn. Thank you so much, guys, for the primes. Really good support from all the primes and else how today. We've gone almost 5-hour video. We've done videos of this size before. We've done videos even longer, 5.5, 6 hours. I don't know if I need to go over that too much. One thing I should really emphasize is, like, there's so many builds I enjoyed playing and testing that aren't even the strongest builds. Like, it's crazy. The builds I had the most fun testing this time were things like Confuse, or actually Eternity plus Sacred Totems, so 14 additional revives, so 18 revives total. I really enjoyed, like, reviving the souls and just teleporting and lasering the monsters and watching them get, like, eviscerated. That was really fun, actually. I don't have a video for that, but maybe that's an idea for a video next time if it's still a thing. And technically, Sacred Totem was buffed a tiny bit, so that was really cool. I did have a lot of fun testing the strongest builds too, though. Let's be honest. Like, Fire Golems was such a cool test, how the whole community came together to help me get that its proper rating, but also a really sick build for it that really helps. And of course, there's obviously variations you can do it as well, which we talk about in the video to some extent. But yeah, I really enjoyed it. Like, Chorus Explosion's really enjoyable to play, right? Even though, that's super strong build. So it makes sense. Crackle Shot I found was a bit of a disappointment, but maybe we're playing it wrong. I don't know. And then I really try to avoid excessive pre-buff, but the good news is everyone can always avoid it by, like, maybe foregoing CTA or swapping it back into your weapon swap real quick before you leave the game and come back, so your summons are just as strong. Oh yeah, I enjoyed testing Venom Bosun a lot. That was I love this build. It's a perfectly dead center C tier build, and yet it's a lot of fun, actually. It's very strong. Yeah, you saw that when we played that, right, Sky? And there's variations of it too. Like you could go bone, so you have bone armor when struck too, which arguably is even better because you might not need the cyclone armor. We talked about it in the YouTube video that you can go bone for the on the struck, but I also did say that there's some danger with it, that it's you can't fully rely on it, but you can probably rely on it most of the time. I don't actually know. Oh, you saw the YouTube video? Yeah, that setup is, bro, that setup, did you see how safe that looked, man? Like, no risk, man. No risk. As long as I... Yeah, no, it is. It is. Like, the new Epiphany, the fixed Epiphany is crazy, dude. Getting that ES on top of the Phoenix is nuts. I honestly, like, people said I got close to dying. I didn't. Like, not even close. It's because of Blood Warp, and that's it. But it's crazy strong, though. It was crazy strong. It was crazy strong, too. Like, it didn't lose any power. I didn't lose any power by dropping Dominion, so... I don't know. I mean, clearly, if you get decent pre-buff or decent things to put on your swap, you don't even need the damage, and you could sacrifice it for a meth. You could get more survivability. Clearly, like, there's plenty of options, and you still get plenty of power on it. So, I was thinking it would suffer in that department. I would be struggling to be one-shotting things, but I wasn't. Fire Golem, super surprising. Uh... Wow, that is a interesting build idea. Yeah, so definitely some interesting build ideas maybe to test. A Rift Bear Sork. A Rift Bear Sork. Procking the Frozen Orb. Hold enchant with Frozen Orb synergies. I mean, probably will perform about as well as like an Odium or an Odyssean's Werebear Sork. Nothing special, right? But at the same time, that is really cool. See, I do sometimes mess around with things like that, but if I'm being honest, I can't put like every one of those on the tier list. Like, there's too many like second tier approaches, third tier approaches that are like memey, but they're really fun though. Oh, bro, summon GCs are always expensive, always. But keep in mind, you can use the 3% LCs in the meantime. Oh, is Inferno actually playing it? Dude, it's funny because, like, I always thought that would be the type of technical build he might actually like to play. And I mentioned that. It'd be funny if he actually plays it, though. Huh. That would be interesting. Well, I mean, hey, I mean, it's up there. Remember, said he would play it last season if it didn't get nerfed. Well, there you go. No nerf, so it's within the margin of error being the best build in the game. So definitely sounds like something to be up his alley. It's technical, the technical build, things he likes playing. I'd see it. I'll stay Fire Golem build then. The price on the gear just 3 times. Yeah, there's a lot cheaper ways to do it. Like the 3% fire LCs can be used until you get more summon GCs. The Fub Gun effect. Yeah, Fub Gun making everyone do it. Volcano it is then. Well, Volcano was insane last season, and it's still insane this season. That was what we call a placebo nerf, so... and at least we have a better handle on just how insane it is this season from, I guess you could say, improved testing protocol. Helped get the numbers a lot higher. Cosmetic nerf. Yeah, there's a lot of cosmetic nerfs. Senpai is actually admitted. I'm just gonna say it straight up, you know, like, cause you know, he's told me in the chat. He's been public with it. He has been public saying that sometimes he will nerf or buff builds using like a 1% or 2% synergy buff, you know, something that it's the weakest nerf or buff possible, right? It's not a mechanics change. It's not a you know, some kind of radical change to like how the game works. It's just literally a small raw numbers change. And he'll use that to like entice people to play something or to stop playing it because it was played too much last season. So oh yeah, you gotta use the new quivers. Demon crossbow ice. Or at the very least pus spitter, before you get to the ice rumored. So yeah. Anyway, I think that's good. GG guys on the question and answer once again. I'll have timestamps for everything. Let me know what you guys think in the comments below. This is the tier list and infographic for season 12 Suffering, which will begin November 28th, 10 a.m. PT. I'll see you on my channel, of course, Dark Humility on Twitch. And we'll be playing hardcore solo self-found like last season, so expect some scuffed builds with the best corruptions I can possibly find or get. And of course, expect some long grinds because, you know, no trading. So we're going to have to do some grindy stuff to get the items that we're going to want to do to make our builds. Since the only class I didn't play last season or make a build for when I was doing my hardcore SSF was Necromancer, it's only fitting that's what I should start this time. So now for sure there's a Necromancer, and we can go from there and maybe try to get one of those really cool endgame builds like Corpse Explosion or Fire Golems. That, I think, is a worthy goal. Or Poison Strike. You know, Poison Strike would be fun on hardcore SSF. So, huge effort. Well, I'm glad you guys enjoy it. I'm glad you guys enjoy all the aspects of it. Remember, if you're a new player, this starter lineup is big. And of course, it's all on the Ultimate Farming Guide, and knowing your class's mobility, knowing your elemental damage type will help to inform you of all the best choices you can make in terms of best LOD farming areas with difficulty, magic find, mobility, and rank. So, overall rank. Thank you guys. Thank you guys for watching and helping throughout the closed beta. Really really cool approaches, man. Honestly, really cool approaches. Honestly, sounds like there might be more fun things to test next time. You know, I need some more of you guys for closed beta, you know, suggesting interesting build approaches, things that I might not even consider could actually work together. If you've tested it before, maybe if it can put up numbers, then let's see it. Let's see it put up numbers, and we'll see how high they are. A lot of things look really good, and then they end up being D tier because that's just how strong every build is now. At this point, it's like everything is viable, but also at the same time, there are slower and there are faster things. So, yeah. Anyway, we'll see you guys in the next guide and see you guys in the next season. Let's get it. Dark Humility over and out. Let's smash.